Hey, what's up? I think the link is in the description. Anyone can join. I hope my sound's coming in. I've got trying some new headphones. Um, there's this new thing on StreamYard that says show comments on stream. I don't know if it works, but it says beta next to it, so we'll see what that even does. Okay, we got somebody join.
Hi.
What's up?
Not much.
How's your sleep?
My actual sleep is fine. My sleep processing is fine, and it's a lot better because now the puppy is letting me do my journaling in the morning, and the routines are a little better. She still won't let us watch a show at night. She gets this kind of sundowner syndrome, where she gets crazy. No matter how
She wants attention, or she cries, or whatever.
She wants to play hard at that time, even though we try to use up her energy all day long, but she just, as soon as we sit down to eat dinner and watch a show, she goes crazy. So
right. And the other dog can't take care of her.
The other dog plays with her when on her terms, when she feels like it. She has to be in the mood. So yeah,
we got a bunch of puppies here too. There's like 4 of them, and I don't know what to do with them. We're feeding them and giving them water. They're still kind of afraid of people.
Oh.
Yeah. One of them is a little bit friendly, but like they still run when you try to approach them.
Mm-hmm. So you just like everyone gives them some scraps of like people food?
Yeah, we give them like leftovers. There's enough food leftovers.
Mm.
Yeah. And their mom was coming and breastfeeding, but I think she's done. She doesn't want to do it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Yeah, a lot of times they're done after 6 weeks, I think.
Yeah, I think that's about their age now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how, like, they're not bred to be house dogs, I guess. They're wild dogs. So I don't know how good they would be as pets, but they're cute.
Yeah, so they're just like street dogs.
Yeah.
Hazel, that's annoying. She's being annoying, making noises. Mm-hmm. We saw her first jealousy this morning, a little minute ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So the other dog, Poppy, likes me to sit behind her on the couch and spoon her and then rub her tummy. And I was doing that, and Hazel had already put herself to bed in her crate, and Hazel saw that and got jealous and came over and said, hold me. And then I was still holding Poppy, and she did, dogs do this kind of stress yawn. It's a yawn, but it's stressful. She did that. Because this whole time she thought I was just her mom, and
Right.
And I have sort of been giving Poppy less attention just because I don't have the capacity, so Russ is taking care of Poppy, and I haven't been giving her as many hugs. Yeah. She's 11.8 pounds now, so that's good. She's doubled. She was 5 pounds when we got her.
Oh, yeah, good. Nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you're on your base?
Yeah, and the internet's, I don't want to say anything. The internet so far is okay.
Yeah. Hmm. I thought there was going to be more people because it looked like it said like 3 people were waiting. But are you like on another channel as well or something?
I think 3 people are watching. Record numbers.
Oh,
Hi to our 3 viewers.
I thought it said waiting.
Waiting to watch, I guess.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. So I've just been like, it finally feels like things
Luna
are
asked if you've named her Hazel. You named her Hazel.
Yeah, Hazel. And that was what Russ and I could agree on. I wanted to call her Fable with an F. But Russ felt superstitious about it because that is a short tail with a moral. And he said, like we don't need them. Sometimes morals are hard, and if it's a short tail, then maybe she'll have a short life. So
superstitious, yeah.
he locked onto that, and you know, she's a runt, she's underweight, she has that umbilical hernia, so I think all that just made him feel really superstitious. Yeah.
The word sounds you picked are okay.
The sound of it.
Yeah.
I wanted to name her all kinds of stuff that like it's just too weird for him. There's a beautiful name, Pheolin, which means little wolf, but he didn't like that. So, a neighbor, he was like, "No, we're not naming her neighbor." That went down.
That is a weird one. Yeah. It sounds nice, but it's not a dog name that I've heard yet.
No, that's what's so great about it, is that it has a beautiful musical sound. It has a friendly meaning.
Right.
And it's unique, you know?
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you been processing anything? Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Well, I'm finally getting back to work, so and making really difficult decisions, because so it's the 20th of May. This month I've made $411. And my rent is $400, just my rent. And so it's not like just a dip. I've seen dips in my business, but this is like a plummet. So, and then last month was only $1,300. You know, I very financially irresponsible for me to get a puppy. I knew that, but it's just like, we are a 2-dog family and this was the time and we were always going to do this. So, you know, I paid for half the dog. I'm paying for the vet bills. So we have a vet bill next month because Russ pays for Poppy's vet bills. Yeah, but I mean, even without her, it's still like I'm screwed, you know? So I'm making difficult decisions, and I'm doing this campaign that I've done before through I don't know if you would be familiar with a service called Groupon. It's like they sell vouchers for services for super cheap. I'm doing that again, and I really hate it. It makes me feel really used and, you know, overworked. And I have gotten regular clients from it over the years, but there's also a lot of clients that are just not the right ones for me. They're attracted to the super cheap deal. They're not attracted to me.
Right. They're going to come to the Groupon.
But what I like about it is every time I've done it, I streamline my communications, and, you know, it improves my business because it's like boot camp, you know? So streamlining all of my funnels to get the people to come back, and, you know, all the communication. And I've been working with ChatGPT to do this, and it's been a game changer. Like, just talking to Chat and saying, like, before I do this Groupon thing that I really don't want to do, I want to have a solid strategy in place for, you know, initial communication and follow-up communications and all this stuff. And I also recently switched to SMS for, you know, everyone used to do email marketing. Does not work anymore. All the emails go to junk mail. People hate them. They don't open them. And, you know, even my clients are saying, how come you don't send out discounts anymore? And I'm like, I do every single month. You're not getting them because email marketing doesn't work. And I pay for that. I pay for email marketing. So now
is that what the chat? Sorry, I'm interrupting you. I'm now only noticing over your face. There's like the chat stuff. Do you see it?
Yeah. Oh, do you want me to post
Is that what that is? No, I don't know. Like this, it's a beta thing.
Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. Yeah.
No, because I've turned it on. I can turn it off. See, like it's off.
Okay. Yeah.
But I don't know. Do people like that? Is that a good thing? I don't know what that is.
It's so tiny. I don't see the point.
It is tiny. Yeah.
Maybe if they're running their internet through a projector and it's like on their whole wall, then they'd be able to see it. But
yeah, people could just like click on the side anyways. But anyways, all right.
Yeah. One time I was scrolling on Facebook for like a good 10 minutes, and I didn't notice that Apple TV was projecting my Facebook feed onto our entire wall, and Russ was just sitting there reading what I'm scrolling through and laughing at me. Yeah.
So yeah, it sounds like a good marketing opportunity if you're missing out on clients, the Groupon thing.
I mean, I will be able to work. It's just the margin is so crazy. I'll be getting like a quarter of what I would normally get, and it's really a loss leader. So if some of these people don't come back and become regulars, then it's really just a waste of time, you know.
It is, yeah.
Yeah. But I love chat. I love it. I love it. And it's really, even across the different threads, it's knowing me better, you know.
Across the different threads, really?
Like, yeah, it's like, you know, because I have them grouped for different things, you know.
Okay.
And it'll say stuff like, I'm doing this Groupon campaign. I really don't want to do it. And it says, it even mentions like, yeah, I can see why you wouldn't want to. There's, you know, all these cons to it. But also, you just got a new puppy. I mean, you're going to be working like extra hard for less money. Will you have enough time to raise your puppy this summer? You know, it's like, and that was from a thread. So,
right.
Yeah. Cool. I think it's also picking up on me with the business that I actually have like a lot of defeatist attitude and insecurities, you know? And so like I launched one campaign that they didn't approve for coaching because I have coaching on my website as well. It goes through that website. And my thought was I can do coaching sessions via Zoom and it will still promote the business locally, you know, because it's just like a different section. And like it talked me through all that, but it's like anticipating that I feel disappointed and insecure and like using language to like encourage me. Yeah.
I was having a conversation with Dragon's Neck, and we were talking past each other, and like a lot of the questions he was asking was just like, I don't want to have to go and explain all this. It's all so like I copied it into ChatGPT and I sent it back to him. The only problem is he doesn't want to read it, but it broke down on miscommunication, and it's like, okay, he's not feeling secure here, and it's like, here's what I'm suggesting to you. So I just pasted the whole thing to him so he can see where ChatGPT is like, oh, let's address his feeling here. Let's address it.
You know,
but like it does pick up on the miscommunication.
It really is helping me with Blast and like with the pathways thing. Cause I'll say, look, I need to do this Groupon campaign, but I feel overwhelmed. There's so many moving parts and I could do it this way, or I could do it this way. And it just says, okay, let's
doing the double observing for you.
Yeah. And then also with the emails, would you like me to draft you like a welcome email to your clients? And it spits it out. And it's like, wow, you're getting all the points that are specific to my vibe, my business. And I didn't have to, you know, agonize over the word choice. So I don't even care. Like at this point, I'm 48. I don't care if it makes me lazier, if it makes my brain soupier. Like I actually used to be a really good writer, you know, writing academic papers. You know, I did all that mental work and like now I'm just tired and I want my business to run. And it's like the specialist thing. I just want to give the massage. I don't want to do all this other bullshit. So
yeah, exactly.
It's really helpful. Yeah.
We got a dog barking.
Mm-hmm. Hazel is doing her mid-morning nap. She takes a good long nap at about 10 a.m. So
yeah, they sleep a lot at that age.
We made major progress yesterday doing, I have to do table training with her for her grooming so that it's easier for me to groom her. And then also when I send her off, the professional isn't frustrated with her table etiquette. Right. And so just on the table with her food with, you know, every time she did something, I would give her like 3 kibbles and we ate the whole meal that way. And it was doing, you know, sit and then stand up because they have to stand for grooming and then lay down just over and over and over again. And then there's this equipment on the table I have to familiarize her with, like the things that hold her in place. And so I use the food to get her with that. And we had the best walk so far. She's really starting to look to me like I'm the boss, I'm the leader when we're on walks. So
she hates the leash though. Oh.
She really doesn't like it, and she will. You know, when she gets older, she'll be excited to go for a walk. But right now, she's
exactly. Yeah.
She's not that into it, but I'm still just doing a little bit every day. Yeah.
Nice. Some good updates.
Yeah. So yeah, what are you processing?
Wow, everything. Everything, it's nothing something. What's that?
Mm-hmm. Something, everything, nothing, or something like that.
Yeah. I'm still processing a lot of physics stuff and cognition stuff. And then like getting to the point where I don't even know why. Like in the end, you can use this stuff for technology, and it does make our lives better. But like, what does it even contribute to our happiness? Processing this stuff, like all the stuff I process, what does it even help? What does it even contribute? Like, I was seeing that Gady guy, right? And so he's like going all in on his theory that is just completely useless and wrong. and at the end, like at the end of his life, what's like, what was it for? What was the point of it?
Yeah.
Just so that other people on the internet can laugh at how dumb he is? I don't know.
Yeah.
And then there's another video I saw where the guy was picking up on all the delusion stuff I was talking about on models. He was saying there was this one guy with who completely believed in communism. I don't remember his name, but then he went to Pot. What's the guy's name in
Pol Pot?
Pol Pot? Yeah. So he's like a journalist who completely believed in communism or whatever, and so like he got an audience with Pol Pot. And he was I don't know, apologizing for all of the murdering he was doing, saying no, he's not doing it. There's a better system, all that kind of stuff. So he went there and he was like so excited. He was sharing all his ideas, and then he got executed. So it's just like, oh, you saw that one too, Hank? Yeah. So it was interesting that like people have these models in their mind of how the world works, and it's like so intellectual and so I don't know, so advanced, like so smart, but it's so dumb because at the end they're just wrong.
Yeah. Also, like, you know, you can appreciate communism like as a concept and you know, really intellectualize it like that, but you know, go live that way. Just, you know, go live that way. That's what you need to do to understand what works and what doesn't.
Yeah, at the end, exactly, you have to touch grass. You have to go and see what's actually going on. So like you encounter it as well with like the climate change stuff, and everyone's all believing in the climate change, and it's like maybe they're right, maybe they're wrong. Like they have a model of the world, and this is what the world's, but they're going all in on it, and it's that's like not balanced. And if you if you go all in on it, and you can actually damage the planet by trying to reverse climate change. Because what if climate change isn't? Yeah, Mark Manson, that's right, Hank, you saw it. Nice.
Yeah, the stuff always freaked me out about like manipulating weather, because like I don't feel like we should interfere.
Or if we interfere, we better be damn sure, and it's got to be agreed upon by like the entire world. It can't just be, yeah, it can't just be going off of our stupid theories and ideas. Like weather is one of the most complicated systems in mathematics, and we get it wrong all the time. Like we get it wrong for a week, so like how are we going to get it right for like 1,000 years?
Yeah, they can't even get the 10-day forecast right.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. I do really notice a difference though. When I grew up in Texas, in the plains, the weather was always accurate. But then in the climate where I am now, we can't even believe the radar because we have a blind spot right over us.
Right. Are there more winds in your area now? Is that why? If there's more, there's more if there's more different winds coming from different directions.
We do have that, but it's also because there's the coast and then a mountain range in a valley, and it's just unpredictable in the valley. So in Texas, when it's just flat, it's like you see it coming, and there's no mountain ranges to change it, so it's predictable because the terrain doesn't change it.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
also you have to deal with all of the currents, the temperature and the currents.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Russ is so into weather. Like there was tornadoes this past week, and he had this day planned, all the stuff he was going to do, welding and installing. And then there was a tornado somewhere in the south, and he took the day off because he's just on YouTube watching the super chat thingies of
Right.
weather. Like what? He gets so excited by it. I don't understand.
I also got Sadet approached me. She's like, she said, "How do you sleep at night? Taking part in a genocide?" And I'm
Mm,
like, "I'm not taking part in a genocide."
mm,
And so like I also ran into that thing where like her mental model has already built up what's going on to such a degree. She's like, "What? Nothing can convince you that there's a genocide?" I was like, "I've got like I'm touching grass. I see what's happening around me. Like I'm
mm-hmm.
not going to start listening to some stranger across the world telling me what's happening here. That's not how information works." So yeah, like these mental models just trip people up. Like you have to go and get the actual data.
Yeah.
You can't just yeah.
Yeah, it's really different when you're actually in the environment and living it.
Yeah, she's like, "What would it take to convince you?" I was like, "Well, I mean, you'd have to gaslight me and lock me in a room and like torture me to get me to believe, like to disbelieve my own eyes and ears." It's just, what would it take? I don't know. It would take me actually seeing genocide.
Yeah, or if you like lived,
Yeah,
you lived in the US and that's what, that's what they were
right,
telling you. Yeah.
right, yeah, yeah. So like you see this all the time. These mental models, um, being so disconnected from reality.
Mm. Yeah.
So, anyways, yeah, it's nice that other people are discussing this now.
Yeah, I still feel somewhat out of touch with the news because of the dog. Like I'm not
Because of the
just
dog.
not consuming as much.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sewing. Normally I would be doing projects and listening, you know, to the radio while I do that.
Right.
We're supposed to vote today. I don't know when we're going to do this and when is it due?
What are you voting for?
It's just local, like school district stuff. Um, I think it's due by 8 p.m. And we have drop boxes, so like in our neighborhood. So I guess we'll just do it later this afternoon.
Vote for the future of your children.
Well, I mean, I care.
Yeah.
They're not my
Yeah, yeah,
kids,
exactly.
but
No, but I mean, they're
yeah,
your kids in your area. Yeah.
yeah.
Good excuse to take the dogs out, I guess.
Well, no, I mean, Hazel can't walk all the way to that drop box. She can hardly make it around the block. Her attention span's so short. Russ will probably just drive them over.
Yeah.
It is walking distance, though. I mean, normally I would walk.
Are you walking less now too?
Yeah, and I'm feeling kind of out of shape and haven't been doing so good with my food choices. Kind of because I'm poor, when I don't have as much money for groceries, and then Russ, I'll just eat whatever he eats. So more carbs. But she just can't walk very far, and then it's hard for me to get a minute when I could walk Poppy instead, because Russ would have to watch Hazel while I do that.
I can't argue with that, Hank. I think you're right. Dogs can't vote. Usually. Sometimes they can.
That's fraud. That's election fraud.
Is that what it is?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. So I can't really tell if the slowdown that I'm experiencing, if other massage therapists are experiencing, and I feel like I want to get on the Facebook group and ask, but I feel kind
Yeah,
of
why not?
well, I feel because sometimes I've done this in the past. I've said like, "Hey, I've had a major slowdown this month. How are you guys doing?" And they're like, "Best month ever," And I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't want to hear that.
You don't want to hear it? Well, that's what play is. You don't get to control what you hear.
No, but I mean, I also want I want them to be honest, because a lot of times
Right.
massage therapists and small business people are like, well, it's all about your mindset, like, no, I'm doing great. And every day is better and better. It's like, is it? Show me your numbers. Just show me, like, I just want the stats.
I would ask it more open-ended question, like not lead the question by saying I've had a bad month. How are you doing it? It's like, have you noticed any fluctuations? Have you had better months or worse months?
Yeah.
Are these times harder for you or easier for you? And then get
Yeah.
just genuine feedback.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, people seem freaked out. Because of the economic stuff. And it's not just that it's been slow. I've noticed people suddenly not tipping. And it's not that they don't like it or I'm not doing a good job. It's that they're just holding on to that extra, $10, $20,
Yeah.
which is fine. I mean, as long as I'm like, yes, don't tip me, just keep coming in,
Right.
But I've noticed like groceries are crazy. Like a couple bags of groceries is $100. It's pretty crazy. Here's somebody.
We got a guest. Cycle. Hey, he's back, Jack.
Yeah, I'm back.
Welcome
I
back.
have no reason.
TISI.
I have no reason not to be here. So, I mean, I guess like being a busy guy and all, but that's it. That's about it. I could just be here. And
Oh, you're not on the bus. You went early to your lunch date. Creature of habit.
Yeah. I'm on a lunch date with fucking 5 interdimensional galactic demons. Yeah. They're actually aliens. They couldn't just call them demons, like me. I'm on a date with them, and I'm just telling them, see, God loved you.
So we missed you last week. What happened?
I decided not to join because even though I can see you on my YouTube feed, so I'm like, who is that? I know who that is. And I'm like, an angry grandpa. Shut the fuck up. I'm like an angry grandpa, and I'm like, yeah, oh, it's so cute with that guy. I'm not actually that mad at you or anyone. I'm just over exaggerating it, but overall, like, that's about it. I just decided not to join. Also, it's busy. Wise, but I'm actually done.
I'm glad you came this time. I'm glad you came this time.
What made me join this time?
No, I said I'm glad you came. But yeah, sure. Answer a question I didn't ask. That works too.
Yeah. So I guess like the thing I want to talk about INTP jumpers, I suppose, is like I'm not in OPS exactly, but for the sake of it.
Oh, you've
like,
accepted your type? You've accepted your type? That's
I mean,
to you?
Here's how I see it. I've actually went and did the sleep processing, or however they say it, in the fucking OPS religion. My forfeiting, my fair conclusion has come to this. It's that I may be as well that type in that system, but in other systems that I particularly was good at or had already experienced. I mean, I've been getting into socionics recently, and you find a lot of a correlation.
I had a question. Did you argue back? Did you argue with them when they gave you that type?
No, I didn't. I actually gave them. I actually gave them. I was skeptical a little bit at first, but I actually I saw what they were talking about. Thank you so much. I actually did see what they were talking about, and they were right about what they were saying. I mean, like, maybe not entirely narcissistic or grandiose, but like with the part that talks about, identity processing. And thank you so much. TI being about primarily like self reasons rather than just logic. Like you're a TI Dom, you're more logical than me most likely, but you're based around self reasons. You're processing self. Apparently I'm a TI Dom, and I'm processing self, but it's like a different avenue of life, and it's also the animals that really like give the whole dependency on what's going on. Yeah. So sleep flash, so it's like double activated flash.
Like,
Yeah.
you didn't push back on them at all with what they typed you?
No, but secretly in the shadows, I was
No.
like, I don't agree with the I don't agree with the system. I don't agree with him. I don't agree with the methodology. I don't agree with the cult. But like in this system,
Yeah,
I might as well
that sounds
be.
like. So, like, usually what happens if they type someone a TI DOM and the TI doesn't agree with them, so the TI would argue with them, and they'd be like, "You're doing it right now. You're trying to TI me right now." Is basically what they're doing. But you didn't like try to TI them your disagreement.
Well, what I tried to do.
Like this?
Well, here's the thing. What I tried to do at first was I saw it like a ghost coming back to haunt me in that regard. Like that's the thing. I had been like years ago when I was looking into like OPS. I'd initially already like involved myself with it in the community. I got typed the same exact type, so I didn't know what to think about it. It made sense in some regard, but I didn't know what to think about it at first. So I disagreed with it and just moved on. And then it came back to haunt me when years later when I'm finally able to get buy the thing, trying to do it. And it's the same exact type. Keep in mind another person also typed me double introvert sleep blast play consume. And what they saw was like blast lizarding, like blast double activated at the SI. So it's gonna make you look like an ESFJ. And then you have play.
I just don't get the blast. You don't have a point with what you're saying. You're not leading us to a point. I don't get the blast.
Yeah. But that's the thing, like initially whenever I have whenever I have first saw the type that he gave me, I wanted to see I was like, maybe I should just go look at the maybe I should just go look at whatever he's seeing. Like I decided to go ahead and see for myself whatever he was seeing in the videos, rewatching my videos, and what I found was a lot of me, and I was like, is he right? So I began to see what he was saying, but I still was questioning on like the social one aspect, and there's different aspects overall of my type. But
They gave you a 1 as well?
huh?
You got a 1 as well?
Yeah, social one.
Interesting.
It's like Benjamin, you've been in this how long? And he's seeing this, but you're not. Like, you want to know the reason why he gave me that type, man? Here, let me tell you.
Sure.
It's a rule of thumb. If you tell them you're NEFE or FE NE, they're most likely going to reverse type you. Because you can't see, the principle is you can't see yourself.
Yeah.
If you can't see yourself, then whatever you type yourself, like you've been in the community, you trust that principle only so much. If he knows that you've been in the community for so long, like for me, 5 years, he knows that, and says in his videos, the longer you're in the community, the more you can't see yourself. The more you
Okay.
actually reverse it.
Okay.
You might
Sure.
disagree with that. Like, okay, like, no, like, you may disagree with that, right? And I probably, I don't know how to feel about it either, but it's like,
I just
it's
know.
these rules of thumb that
So
throws them off in typing. It's these rules of
a
thumb
friend of
that
mine,
keeps them less
yeah,
typing.
a friend of mine got typed the first time TESI, and the type made sense, and then it complete sense to her. And then like 2 years later, she got retyped because she thought like they just typed her in anecdotes. So she got retyped under a different name and all that, and then they gave her NEFI, complete different type. And so
Yeah.
I was like, oh, wow, okay, there's no consistency here.
Yeah, there's no consistency with what Dave's doing.
And Dave pretty much admitted in the audio that he typed her while he was playing video games. And it's his new strategy to keep his mind off of the type, so that way he can actually get the type right.
That is a stupid excuse. Come
Yeah.
on. You know what bro's like? You know, Jordan Peterson talked about weak men. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna get freaking masculine here. He talked about
All right,
weak
get
men,
masculine.
right? I agree. Okay. He talked about weak men, and the weak men will often, for their laziness, for their mistakes, for their failures, try to make it out as a virtue. I heard that the other day. Now you're talking about this. What the fuck?
Yes.
It's funny. It's so funny.
See, I know another TISI in the community, but he's not feminine TI, so that might be the difference. But you guys are nothing alike. He is not this extrovert. He's also consumed last.
I mean,
I know two of them actually. Actually, Andreas is closer to your type. He's double masculine. Are you double masculine? So you're basically Andreas.
I'm
He's
double
also consumed
masculine
last.
according to Dave.
Yeah, you're not an Andreas.
No, I'm not.
Stop playing.
I really am not. I looked at him.
Play
I
video
look nothing.
games.
I look
This
nothing
time.
like him. Hey, I look nothing like him. I don't act like him. I didn't
Andreas?
do what he did.
Is that Andreas A? Like,
I think so. Yeah.
yeah, he is so funny. He makes me laugh a lot. I really appreciate it.
He's so funny. He made me laugh. Yeah.
But yes, if no one guesses their own type correctly based off of dumb luck, at least some percentage of time, it means they're swapping the types so they can grift more money from people. Chances are someone will just get lucky and guess the right type. So they purposely change your type to cause more confusion.
I don't think that it's that premeditated. I mean, I think that Dave knows how to run a scam, but I don't think he's.
Yes, he definitely
I don't
does.
think we're like that extreme of a lack of.
Well, he knows how to run it so good, he can make it so he can't be checked on it, because he does say you gotta make your own definitions before you can use your PS system. So it's close to astrology than a typical scam, so he can just get away with it.
You know, he calls himself, and here's the hypocrisy of Dave here. He's criticizing all the other systems for being in a place of, well, you see, they need scientific research to validate their points, and who's advancing them, you know? And they'll never get there. And then he's also in the same place of needing scientific research to validate his system. He's in the same place. The only thing that would
There's no science involved. It's all business.
more valid is if he were to somehow get any scientific endeavor to prove his process. But in another way, he also makes, just as the other systems, stereotypes for his own types. Stereotypes are something you can't run away from. I'll tell you why and how. Everyone has a cognitive bias, and that's true. you look in your mind, everyone works off of just like, how do I say it? It's a primitive instinct. It's like human beings, they used to generalize things in their minds so that these things would like be easier to spot, be easier to recognize. The whole point is it is an intuitive leap, but it's for survival. It's something that that deeply helps. That's how our brain's structured. That's how people solve mathematical equations, just by looking at a math problem. It's called generalizations. You're never going to run away from stereotypes when it comes to labels and things people have when they have identity issues. Another thing is Dave making his own stereotype. He has proclaimed that his own type is a liar type, sleep, laugh, play, consume, narcissist. He called himself a narcissist, basically, indirectly. He's also called himself a liar scammer, indirectly, by calling the same type as so. And, running the IJ scam, the INTJ scam, like, look at that, and associating himself with people like Benny Hinn. He's not an INTJ. Benny Hinn's not an INTJ, bro. He's not.
I don't know who that is.
Exactly. I mean, it's funny coming from you. Just saying. Excuse me.
So do you agree with the type then, or do you not agree with the type?
He
It's not about agreeing. It's not about agreeing with the type or not. Right now, I'm going off on OPS like you told me to. If I wanted to.
Yeah, it's just he's not agreeing with the type. He's accepting it in that limited system that is irrelevant. So just like you call me ISTJ, I think, or something else.
Yeah, either an SIT or SCT.
Yeah,
one of those two.
Well, yeah, in your system, sure, but in the MBTI, I did a test and I did it, the whole test being recorded, and it's been almost, I think, has it been a year yet? It's been almost a year, and nobody took issue with any of the answers I actually filled out. So,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. In your system, sure.
I didn't see any of the answers.
In your system, sure. It's the only way I can say it in a way that's more respectful.
Yeah. So if someone took an issue with like any answers I filled out, I'll take like I just a debunk of my assertion seriously. But to date, no one's taking an issue of any answers I filled out in that survey. And then when I tried to submit the survey to your team, they said, "Well, it's not the format we like." Well, I don't care about your format. If you can't figure it out, then you can be in the dark.
What format do you care about, Hank?
Me?
Oh, so yeah. So the format I care about is being able to discern someone in the wild. I like using archetypes as a baseline and try to measure with that. That's how Young did it. So that's the way I want to do it. But we needed.
How do you know that's how Young did it?
Because he said so.
Really?
Yeah.
I must have missed where he said that.
I mean, for me and my fiance have been digging deep, getting away from OPS and just digging deep into like Young's original like archetypes, like what was he describing, and I found it that she's an introverted intuitive. I'm an extroverted intuitive. And that's funny, but whenever I went into socionics with her, I found IEE, ENFP to be something that fit me. ILI to fit her, which is interesting, I suppose. That's just that's what happened to me. Fine. Anyway, yeah,
when are you going to Canada?
What am I going to get in that?
When are you going to go to Canada?
Oh, when I'm going to go to Canada? Well, we actually have a plan now. Won't say it all, but I'm good. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna be finishing my education up there. That's the plan. Still feel a little dumb.
Why do you feel dumb?
You dumb. Dumb. Give me dumb. I still pick my nose.
That's why you feel dumb, because you pick your nose?
Have you tried stopping it?
Have you tried stopping?
It's not the entire reason, of course. I'm only being sarcastic, but
Does that happen? Does that happen to you every so often? You feel dumb? That's an interesting one.
like it just feels like no matter how much information I consume in my brain, it ends up either being lost or only the important details that I found important just fade away over time, and I end up being distracted and going to do other things rather than practice anything I've heard or suppose. And I feel like even though I can go through all these 12 years of school, I've retained absolutely nothing, and I still have trouble just engaging with the subjects that I've already learned.
But I just dismissed the
I
schooling
mean,
as a
have you
waste of
seen
my time.
Manual?
Yes.
Have you seen Manual? Have you ever met Manual, Jack?
No, who
He's
is
a
Manuel?
self-proclaimed genius. He doesn't feel dumb. So he shows up on the stream sometimes. But he's probably TI high in his stack. And he doesn't feel dumb. He feels like a genius to himself.
I mean, the reason why I never say I feel like a genius, even though there are times that I do feel like I am a secret genius, is like I don't think it's right to say. You know, I don't feel like it's right to say. I get convicted every time it happens to come around. It's like, no, don't say that.
You don't think it's right to say that you're a genius? Is that what you're talking about? Sorry, I've drifted off for a
I
minute.
believe the perception of others
okay,
matters
Andy?
more. Like the Bible says that you should like accept praise from others and not from your own self.
Okay, but is it right to say that you're dumb?
He
It
feels
seems
dumb. That's
it
different.
seems okay, yeah.
I know
Yeah.
it's hypocrisy, but rather than pointing it out, I guess I would say like I'm not supposed to judge myself. I don't know if I shouldn't say whether I'm dumb or smart. Like I shouldn't say either of that. That's true.
Just say both and you'll be right half the time.
What's up, Graves?
Hello.
Are you
How are you
burping
this week?
on stream as loud as possible? Is that what's going?
I think so. I believe so. Can we confirm that? How could we verify that as factual?
Hey, Graves, did you get out of the house this week?
What did I do this week? I don't know, dude.
Yeah. Did you
I don't
leave the
remember.
house?
It's a blur.
Okay. Did you see the sky?
What's the sky?
Oh.
But yeah, I figured out my money making idea. What I'm gonna do is just help people get set up with cloud storage that's they either already have or can buy pretty cheaply anyways. And I show them how to configure automatic backup. And are you at the gun range? Are you eating lunch at the gun range, Jack?
Sorry, what?
Are you eating lunch at the gun range?
You got a lot of noise in the background.
But yeah, the pitch will be don't let the chatbots eat your homework. Back up. I'm sure people will break their stuff by accident, and even Gambino didn't have revision control, and he needed backup to know how to rewrite like a couple years of his work developing his game. So don't let the chatbots eat your homework. Back up. And it's pretty simple. I just need to learn like 3 or 4 pieces of software to get that done.
Jack, do you eat at the same place every day?
Old people be like,
Yeah. No, this is different because he had a waffle. Before it was like a burrito or something.
Yeah, he eats at different places.
It's a different place?
Yes, he did steakhouse a couple weeks ago, and this is a breakfast place.
But you eat out every day?
I shouldn't.
So the answer is yes.
Yeah, that means it does. Okay.
I shouldn't.
I agree, you shouldn't. It must cost a lot.
Can you give me like financial advice?
Don't eat out every day.
Yeah. Learn how to make lentils and rice. That's cheap.
Marry a rich chick.
I vote for that one.
I want to listen to the TI Don.
Who's the TI Dom? I'm a TE Dom.
RT Don, sure.
Yeah.
Are you though, Hank?
Hank is the NTJ.
Yeah,
I see.
according to my test results, I am. They haven't been disputed yet. I mean, I'll put the link in so someone can go and dispute some of my answers. But I've been either INTJ or ENTJ for the past 20 years or so.
What you had a stream up yesterday, Hank. What was that about?
Oh, so Inspector Tarek was having a stream, and he couldn't. He tried to tell me that he was going to stream, but he did in such a way that was ambiguous. So I interpreted as if he wanted me to stream. So I restreamed him streaming. Then I extended my stream after he ended his stream. And at my part, I displayed some video games, and then Officer Snaps came in later, and I think either he dialed into me with a voice changer that was a really bad one, or
did he accuse you of being a pedophile again?
Yeah, he tried to accuse me of grooming this time. Grooming. He tried to accuse me of grooming, but I couldn't authenticate who that person is. They wouldn't turn on their camera. They had a very bad voice changer. I didn't even trust them to be on the stage more than a couple seconds at a time. On screen more than a couple seconds at a time. I could keep it on stage as long as I overlaid with my gameplay. I couldn't catch on the stream because they had all the signs of being a P bomber. So once they typed into my backstage that they were 9, I had kicked them out and banned them for 9 years until they can prove that they're an adult already.
Just 9 years. Okay.
Well, if they're 9,
well, they'll be older by then.
Yes, in 9 years. Yeah, in 9 years they'll be 18, so it'll be fine for them to come on. I accept parental permission. I'll even accept parental permission, so they can get a parent on there to say, "Hey, this is my kid. They're fine. I'll accept that too." So either a 9-year ban, they authenticate that they're old enough, or they get a parent to sign on for them. They can come back and they can figure out for themselves how they can get to me.
So there was a 9-year-old coming on your stream and then accusing you of trying to groom them. This is what happened. The 9-year-old accused you of grooming him.
No, well, it was Officer Snaps accused me of trying to groom them, and I didn't authenticate whether they're 9 or not. My hypothesis is that was Officer Snaps with a voice changer, trying to trying to
entrap you.
Yeah, and try to trap me. Since like they couldn't even turn the cam on so they could show me who they are. So and I didn't know them before that. I didn't see them in the chat. It was the first time on there, and they shouldn't have been able to find it. No one's watching on no one was watching on what's that called? Twitch.
You should accuse Officer Snaps of trying to groom autistic people.
Well, no, he's not even good at that. No one can take that accusation seriously. He's not even good at that. But he somehow knew the person was 9 years old before they even said anything to me. They didn't type in his backstage. So my alternate hypothesis is that Officer Snaps somehow knew a 9-year-old, and he somehow encouraged them to call in my show. But
he groomed a 9-year-old, and he's getting them to entrap people.
Yes, he is getting the children somehow, which is how he knew they were children before they could authenticate themselves to even a host. So that's kind of suspicious on his part. So if there was a child, how did he acquire them, and how did he get them? How did he encourage them to call in the StreamYard?
Lots of questions he's got to answer there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We could just check the timestamps. He said he knew they were a child before I knew. In fact, I still don't know because they didn't properly authenticate.
So Graves, how was your week? You didn't tell us.
I
don't
remember most of it. My memory is good for long term, not the short term, apparently. I mean, for the most part, what? I don't even remember last Wednesday. No, wait. I mowed grass. That's about it. I don't know. Mostly been just arguing with people, stupid people. You know, you can't escape them.
All right. So what's the argument about?
Oh, I don't. Let's not.
Red and blue.
It's just so many. Ugh. It was like 3 consecutive days of just something starting. Like yesterday, somebody said something. I posted a GIF as a joke, and then they were like, "You're attacking me. You're attacking me by doing that."
Just say yes. What are they gonna do?
So
unless they have moderation powers, what are they gonna do? They're attacking me with that. Yes. Now
You're
what?
attacking me. And then it led to like hours of just everyone on the server just being like, "Guy, stop that. You need to stop. The way you're behaving is just making everyone go against you," and they just couldn't see it. And so they're literally a bull in a china shop, just kind of wrecking everything. And it's like, just stop. Just stop.
Russ just told me he's leaving, so I'm gonna move Hazel and my whole setup over next door because it's easier. So it may take me a little while. It may take me a couple trips.
Take your time.
Okay.
Is she not allowing Russ to shop without his permission? How does that work?
No, she's got to look after Hazel, I guess, and Hazel's not allowed in her room.
No. It's Hazel's here with me at my office. It's just that our house is 510 or 410 square feet over there. So, and Russ doesn't want to be on camera, and I don't want to have conversations in front of him sometimes. So anyway,
Right.
I'm moving everything back over there.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
I understand. He's freaking creepy in at people.
Yeah. Whenever Russ comes into the room, I try to be respectful and like turn off the camera. So, because he's just private, super private. Yeah.
Understandable. I'd be the same way.
Heck, I would
No.
be the same way too if I happen to decide well I need some famous leverage where I can get jobs that don't suck anymore. So
Graves, did you start a new game and try to make your character in that game again?
I tried messing with Cyberpunk yesterday, and I think I figured out what I couldn't get to the point last time, and kept getting sidetracked with I don't know what the fuck.
What was your
why I started
what's the
talking about
character that you wanted to be in every game?
It's not every game. It was just Cyberpunk, and it was just more. It's not even the character. It was just this over fixation on trying to optimize the build as much as possible into a certain way. That's it.
I'll pull up
It's-
the old clip. Just say the character name because
No.
you haven't recorded.
But it was like I was figuring out yesterday, and I figured more about like what I wanted, and so it's weird. I keep going into this weird pattern where I try to optimize it, and I have kind of like what I want. Like here's the core bits that I want to keep, and then here's like a bunch of fluff that makes it like to fill in the gaps, because it's like you have 60 levels, and I'm kind of done by level 20, so I have like so much stuff to like fill out. And so then you bloat it out, and then it just feels like it's too bloated. It's like I got too many things to do. I have too many options, and it just feels like I'm just trying to like cram everything into one little box. And so then I try to skin the fat and try to like
Zane from
narrow it back
Borderlands.
down. Yeah.
Zane from Borderlands. I warned you.
That's right. Zane from
Yeah,
Borderlands.
but that's not important. But the main thing is it's just this optimization thing of just like this is this. I add a bunch of like meat and extra fat to it, and then I want to skin it back down, and then it's narrowed back too much, and then I have to. It's just this constant state of I emptied out the box to just one thing, and now I'm bored. Refill it back up, and now it's too much, and so I'm trying to find this balance for that.
You need a job.
Meh.
Meh.
Meh. Even if
You
I
need
had a
to-
job,
you need
I'd
to
still
drop
be
blood.
going.
You need to jab people.
It's like even if I had a job, I'd still be on here talking about this. Who wants to talk about their job, their work? That's boring.
Yeah,
Hank
I
was
don't talk
jabbed.
about my job.
Meh. I'd still want to talk about like whatever I'm fixated on, which I'd be going to work thinking about this build or thinking about MBTI or thinking about whatever's
What do you think about vaccines, Graves?
they're vaccines. They help you. I'm not some fucking anti-vaxxer nut job who's just retarded.
What do you think about the
You
corona vaccine?
The corona vaccine?
Benjamin, we're on your channel. Come on, man.
Yeah.
No,
I-
it doesn't matter. Okay, proceed.
I actually had the corona vaccine. I had to do it for the phlebotomy thing.
He's been jabbed. You and Hank
Yes,
have both been
right.
jabbed. I've been jabbed too.
Yeah, I've been
Yeah.
jabbed.
Yeah, we've
And,
been
I, and
jabbed.
I haven't been to a hospital since. So I think
Yeah, me neither,
I like my medical decision so far.
I died,
I know.
and I'm a ghost now.
All right. I know one person who didn't like that I got jabbed, but he's been in the hospital for more times than I have fingers on both my hands. So, oh well.
Snafu Snaps was going on about it.
Yeah, he's been to the hospital more times than I can count with both my hands, and he's giving me medical advice. Hilarious. And he doesn't work at the hospital. I'm gonna be quite clear. He doesn't work at the hospital, which is. I know.
Right,
People
then that
ask,
would make sense.
"Oh, is he a doctor? Does he work there?" No, he's not. He goes there as a patient. So
That's how it is. Somebody gets into car wrecks all the time. They're trying to give you advice on how to drive.
yep.
They're always sick, man. It's just stupid.
Yep.
But no, I've had COVID twice. I had it before I had the vaccine. That was awful. I hated that. The second time, it just felt like a cold. After the vaccine, I got sick, and I didn't even know it was COVID. I was just like, meh.
Well, it is technically just a flu.
I don't know. It was.
I mean, it's become way less lethal as it's evolved.
Yeah. But the first time I got it was August of 20 when I did phlebotomy in 23, so it was August of 22. That's when I did it. That's when I got COVID the first time. Because the class was going to start that August. It was going to start that Monday, and I got sick that Friday, and they ended up canceling because there wasn't enough students in the class, so it had to get postponed till that spring.
How many students? We're gonna run the class profitable. I forgot about that.
Yeah, they had to have like enough people in it, and then there's people that will also drop out in the middle of it. Like we lost like. How many people are in it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. About
They
like,
still have to pay, right?
yeah, I think. Did I have to pay? Yeah, we had to pay. It's just a little semester course at a community college, and it was nice. There's like about 10 or so people. One dude dropped out immediately. Other people had other things going on, so they had to drop out like in the middle of it. So that kind of sucked for them. Other than that, but yeah, I don't know.
So you saw that video, Hank, that I was talking about?
Oh yeah, Star Mark Manson video, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm glad someone else is talking about models.
Yes, models are important, but if you're stuck on your model, even though the facts change, then you I don't know if I could help you at all. I mean, if you believe in magic rope that can't somehow tie around itself, but somehow you're trying to demonstrate via rope from the hardware store too, what does get wrapped around itself, then I think your model may be bad. And you should feel bad.
So what's the deal with that? Are you going to get an interview with him?
Yeah, I could contact them and try to see if we can get an interview. That'd be hilarious.
You gotta pressure him into admitting that he doesn't know how to do math. That's why he's so anti-math.
Oh no, we don't do it that way. What we do is we give him some math problems and see how he reacts.
He's anti-math. He won't resolve. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, I would say I want to figure out why he's anti-math.
My thing is, like, how can you argue against math if you don't know math? Like, how can you argue against a position that you don't know?
No, that's not bad. That's not a bad position. You say, I mean, you
need to know your enemy. You need to know your opponent's position if you want to argue against it.
Yeah,
you need to know better than them.
A fascist could say, "How can you argue against genocide if you don't commit genocide?" So I don't think that's a valid defense. But still,
what?
If you fit,
how does that add up?
But if most physicists that work also know math, but he claims that those physicists are just mathematicians. But
every physicist knows math. There's no such thing as a physicist that doesn't know math. There is no such thing.
Yeah. So he's just asserting that established I guess established how do they call it? Yeah, I guess established practitioners don't know what they're talking about, even though we can clearly see that they do because they're doing stuff, and he's not. He's looping.
He could just go to brilliant.org and take a basic physics course and learn math. It's not that hard.
Yeah, he could take a class from Sabina. His
Sabina.
neighbor. Yeah.
Yeah.
He'd take a basic physics course from his neighbor Sabina. I'm brilliant. But no, that's math and magic. It's bad. And I just want to know why it's bad, other than the fact that they do and you don't.
It's bad because he doesn't understand it. It doesn't make sense to him. That's why it's bad. I guarantee it.
I think it makes sense to him. It's just he's lazy. He doesn't want to do the math, so he's trying to make himself an excuse not to.
Yes, I agree. It's like Hank. It's like what's his name? Rant. Not learning the Talmud, but trashing the Talmud.
Exactly. And I mean, how can you
Classic
trash it if you don't know what it
consumer
is,
problem.
really?
Exactly.
But it's a good dog whistle, so you make lots of allies really quickly from people who also hate the Talmud that also hasn't read it.
That's right. And you make allies quickly for other people who don't like math or understand math. Yeah, math sucks. We don't need math for physics.
But
It's
if I don't use math for physics, how can I hit something? How can I hit the blocks out of a barn if I don't know math for physics?
okay. So what's everyone's types? I know I'm Ti Dom. Hank is. What is Hank?
In MBTI, I am for sure in TJ. My last test gave me ENTJ.
Hank still believes in MBTI. He's still stuck on
Yes.
believing in MBTI.
Yes,
Yeah.
I am. Because all I need to do is fill the survey and then know the answer. I don't have to trust a shadowy group of people and possibly pay up to
Right. So he
$300.
trusts his subjective answers and the ability of a test to evaluate him.
Yeah, because the test is repeatable. If I put in the same answers, I get the same result.
Right, but if the test is wrong, you get the wrong answer every time.
Yes, but at least I get the same answer every time. Assuming I put in the answer, the question's the same.
Yeah, I don't like tests. I mean, to be honest, every time I've took a test, it always came back somewhat oriented towards INTP, but that's not. I don't agree with that. So I'm going. So instead of tests, I'm just doing. I just kind of interact with people and then just bug them by asking, "So, what do you think? So, what functions are jumping out at you?"
Like Billy Smith used to do.
Yeah,
But he also called out the function, the cognitive function.
yeah. I figure
Hey, it's
like
been a
that would
while,
probably
Pat.
be the most
Welcome back.
like maybe consistent way. Like if there's if you interact with like a bunch of different people and they're consistently coming back with like, oh, there's this function keeps popping up, then that's probably a good indicator.
Yeah, and I have hours of footage, probably days of footage, and people don't want to figure out my type, so that's why we have tests. Literally days of footage, and for all kinds of people, including trolls, people who use.
I know you're an ST, Hank. There's no way you're not an ST.
What does ST mean?
Thinking and sensing together.
Yeah, sensing doesn't mean sensor, though.
Yeah, it means sensor. Thinker and sensor together. You're ST. You prove everything. You don't. You want everything proved. Definitions, whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't.
Explicit discussion.
Oh no, I don't prove everything. I barely prove anything. It's just when I act with other people, people are so annoying and shoddy that I just go ahead and make them prove stuff because I get.
You're the only person in the world who has the definition of definitions on your definition page.
Well, some people sometimes it's read a dictionary and they have definition there. It's just sometimes that different definitions. Don't
Okay, all right, you're right, Hank. You ST got me. All right, never mind. How's it going, Jared? It's been a while. How you been?
So what would an entity do instead? Do they just believe anything they hear, or how does that work?
Speculate. No definitions. Definitions hold you back.
Well, definitions do hold you back. But I just use it as a way to communicate with people better. So I don't have to say, oh no one understands me and other stuff. And now I say, I don't worry if people understand me, they're stupid. I don't have to care if they understand me. It's not my problem.
Hank thinks he's a T, Dom. I don't know.
I mean, yeah. I don't really care. I don't care anymore if anyone understands me. It's really not my problem. It's better that I can extract the resources from you that I want. including the self-esteem juice.
Self-esteem. juice.
Yep.
Definitions are definitely important because there's like half the time you'll get into like debates with people, and then you'll be there for like 3 hours, and then you're like, hey, what does that word mean? And then they give you the completely wrong definition, and you've been arguing over the wrong thing the entire time, and you just want to throw a brick at their head.
Yeah. So to save time, I'll do more sensory oriented stuff so they don't waste my time.
Yeah, it's
Even
a time
though
saver.
internally I don't really do that too much, but when I interact with other people, since it's about 4 sensors anyways, I do that to make sure they stick to the point and don't get me in their conspiratorialism.
Yeah, it's more fun. It's more fun to just skip that and just throw a brick at people.
I do that sometimes, but I want to look reasonable. I want to look reasonable.
What's up,
I
Dragon?
won't remember you after getting hit in the head.
Not much.
But other people remember me as a brick throwing guy, and I want them to see what led up to me throwing the brick. So don't say, "Oh, he just comes here to rob rocks," so I could be on the panel still.
Oh, not
If
16 personality. I mean, this comment.
Yeah, it's probably not accurate.
That
I mean, I
test,
got INTP there too.
everyone calls that test a big 5 personality type test in disguise.
It's not even a good disguise. They have an extra letter there.
You're right, Hank.
It's not even 16 personalities. It's 32.
That's right.
What's up, Dragon?
I sent Ben that video to traumatize you on stream again
You sent me a video? I didn't see it yet. I missed it.
on Discord.
Okay. I didn't see it yet. I'll take a look.
It's that Dr. K clip.
Oh no. Is it? Yeah.
Does it talk about red and blue?
No.
Only when he gets flustered after talking about this conversation for a while.
All right.
But
So you finally got around to reading what Chat GPT or AI tried to bridge for us.
Yeah. We weren't talking past each other, and it's not that I didn't want to read it. No. I feel like you pretty much, well, I guess the AI did great. And I was understanding your points, which was the whole purpose. I was asking questions. I'm trying to understand your view, ask questions, take some understanding I already have and see what goes against it, and just try to, break it down. And God, what was I gonna say? It's not that I don't want to read them. It just takes a long time because I try to read them carefully, which takes a crap ton of focus because it's very complex ideas that I don't have like pre-processed. So I had to do 3 a day when I had time, and then other distractions came up. So yeah, I read them over time.
That's why you're not communicating with me anymore, because you don't want a whole bunch of AI answers back.
No, I kind of do. It just takes a long time to process. That's why I have those questions I wrote out saved.
Oh, okay. All right, what are your questions?
I don't know if I can look at them without the stream dying on me on my phone.
Oh.
And
you have a second phone?
No.
Yep. Oh, okay.
And if anything, I would want to send them to you, and then I'd just have you put them in the AI since you don't want to talk to me.
Why don't you just ask the AI then?
I don't have your. I need your AI.
Cut out the middleman.
Yeah, I'll just ask the AI. Hey, do you know Benjamin? and his
all you have to do is copy and paste our conversation. Copy and paste our conversation. It's pretty straightforward. The AI will decipher it.
That's hard. I don't know if I can copy that much text at once. I'd have to send it the pictures too, so it can reply to the AI to reply to me.
No. It doesn't have to reply to the AI. It is an AI. It's got the answers.
No, it needs to know what your AI said.
Okay.
Or do you think all AI
Ah.
look the same? I see how it is.
They have the similar cognitive landscape. They should get to the same conclusion.
I don't know. It sounds kind of racist to me.
Yeah.
You just like get over it.
It's okay. AI doesn't have feelings, so they can get over it. But yeah, with all the chaos Graves was talking about from the chat, we're trying to process
Oh, about him
different ways
attacking
that you
someone
can
with a GIF.
approach it. The what?
How he attacks someone with a GIF.
That's not even like the main problem with his communication.
Huh?
Okay.
I was okay.
Wasn't it a Tachi gift? Because those ones are scary.
So if Graves can correct me if I'm wrong, but basically he gets very tired and feels like all of the conversations are just going to boil down to like being personally attacked for no reason, and he didn't understand why
I'm not,
people.
I'm not
What?
saying it boils down to that. It's just that's just what happens. It's just-
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's when I say it boils down to that. You think it's kind of inevitable that that's just what happens.
I don't think it's inevitable. It's just that's just what's just keeps happening, and it's like, yes, I win.
Yeah. So if you're aware of Pirate Software, he's had like some really stupid drama, and
Yep.
it was like nothing even big, but it like turned out that people were harassing him like over 100 days later about it still, and it's been like super chaotic for him. And he had a stream with Dr. K where they kind of talked about that, and this clip kind of breaks down the difference between like how others perceive you and like the I don't know how to describe it. I guess the vibes you put out
It's the
and
vibes
like
you put out. It's by the way you
That's
speak.
the same thing.
Like
and
I'm
go ahead.
just giving like the report of like this is what's happened. I'm not attached to any of this. There's no emotional. There's no nothing. It's just this is the facts and just take it. And then people, as Dr. K put it, take that as like a I guess a challenge. Like you're flagging for PvP because it's like, well, why are you not bringing the emotion in? And then they want to poke you
Well, it's like, why are you saying that you're not attached to it? Like, why are you saying
because
that?
you're not. I mean, because it's like I'm literally not.
You're the one saying it, so it's like by that lens, you're
Well,
automatically
it's not.
attached to it.
No, it's like you just say something and then people go, well, they start to question it, and then you go, well, I'm not attached to it. If they didn't even ask, you wouldn't even have to even clarify that. If you
Why
were
would you?
talking to somebody that was on the same wavelength as me, that was thinking logic, it would just be you would just go back and forth. There would be no questioning or like trying to like chink at that armor or
I think this
whatever.
is like the problem between TI and TE is why the hell would you say something you're not attached to?
Because you're not. It's like I found this piece of information here. Most of the time I like listen to people talk back and forth, and then half the time I'm listening like, okay, well there's a problem with that, and then I'll just throw the 2 cents in, even though I don't have any stake in it whatsoever. Like the
Yeah,
other day, like the people keep
saying
bringing
that
up
is
like the
so much better.
I mean that's basically what's happening. It's like two people were talking about like Tate or something, so I threw in like 2 cents that I'd heard somewhere or something. It's like, well, it could be this and that, blah 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 blah. And then that was it. And then days later, people are like, "You support Tate? You like that guy? You follow him, don't you?" And I'm like, "No, I what? Why?
Hi, Hazel.
Makes no sense.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
I don't get the idea that you can't just say something and then, like, why do I have to be attached to it? It's just or have any
well,
personal stake in it. It's just there.
you don't have to have a stake in it, but if you say you're not attached to it, I think that gives off the wrong impression.
No, he's not attached to it. He just said a thing. He referenced the thing, and you know what I mean. I don't have to support the thing to say things going on.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, just reporting the information. It's just like if it's like a radio. I'm just the radio. You don't get mad at the radio for reporting the news.
Well, he does. That's the difference.
That's
the
kind of
difference.
that's their problem.
Exactly.
So the clip I sent kind of talks about this, and I thought it'd be cool to play on stream if you feel like it.
Yeah, I'm gonna need Annie to help out with that though.
Maybe I
play
can
a clip.
paste it in the chat here, I guess. I think I
Yeah.
still have it on my clipboard.
Yeah, I can do that.
Short. Oh, it's a short.
Yeah, so it's not gonna like take up a bunch of people's time or anything.
Oh, it's in the private chat. Okay. So what I put it in my browser and then present.
Right.
You open another tab
Yeah.
and you put in your browser, then you present.
Make it stop. Okay. So now present.
Yes.
Yep.
Share screen.
Yep. Share the Facebook tab, and then you can look at your stories.
Oh wait, it's on Facebook? What?
No,
It
no.
doesn't matter. It should
Callback.
play.
It was a callback to what you were talking about earlier.
You're confusing her.
I know. I shouldn't have said anything.
She's been hosting this show longer than I have.
Wait, how?
No, you guys hosted. You hosted.
This thing? Wait. What's happening?
I see
You're
it.
sharing something. Yeah, you got it. That's right.
There it
You
is.
did
No,
good.
hit play. Hit play.
Yay,
Annie.
Jubilee.
I can do it.
Unravel it.
Did you share audio?
Saying that
You
you're a
did.
liar in some way.
Yep.
We've both seen this. So what I try to do is I go, okay, so instead of putting the ego first on this and being like, I did the best thing or I did the worst thing or being an emotional platitudes for this kind of or virtue signal for it, I just go, here's everything that happened from my perspective, and that's my story.
Okay, you ready for the mind?
Sure.
You said that what you put out, people will try to find the chink in the armor, right?
They're going to do it anyway, but yeah.
No, they're not going to do it anyway. The way that you put things out makes them want to find the chink in your armor.
It
Wrong.
doesn't make sense.
I know.
Wrong.
It sounds, to me, sounds obsessive. It's, I need, like, there's a necessity to find a problem when there isn't one.
No, I think you're missing the point. The way that you communicate information, the way that you speak makes people want to find the chink in the armor because people communicate. Yeah, I know it's hard, man. It's crazy. I'm with you, right? So there's something that you're doing that from a logical perspective makes perfect sense. I really suspect that this is where the money is. Here's the thing. The way that
So what
you
you need
talk,
is you need more of an emotional interaction.
because why do I want to poke you in the armor? Because of your logic? No, because of your emotions. That reflex, this is what you got to understand, Thor. That reflex comes from the emotional energy that you're sending and the emotional energy that they're receiving. Now, this gets more complicated because you are right that this is an unsolvable problem because there is only so much that you can do in this situation. That at the end of the day, there are going to be people on the internet that are just there to meme, that are just there to make your life worse, that have little lives where they feel frustrated and then they look at a punching bag and they say, hey, I'm going to knock this person down a peg. And the tragedy there is that they don't truly have little lives. They truly have far greater lives than they have the potential of far greater lives if they stop spending all of their cognitive and emotional energy trying to knock some random guy on the internet down a peg.
The internet will find any chink in the armor to try to unravel it
Okay,
into saying that you're a liar in some way.
Yep.
We've both seen this. So what I try to
Stop it. It's looping. So
Yeah.
Dr.
Is it
K,
looping?
yeah, it does loop. It's a short. Short's always.
It went back to the beginning. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought
Before
I
we
must have
before
sent
we
the
talk
wrong
about
one.
this, Annie, do you not like dark mode?
What do you mean?
She doesn't know how to turn it on.
Oh, I don't like dark mode.
Oh, she doesn't.
Thank
All
you
right,
for
You like
asking.
light mode better than dark mode?
Yeah. Why do
Okay,
people?
all right.
So I'm really visually sensitive to all kinds of things. I don't know. I've tried it before and I just didn't like it.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I feel like that's not the one I meant to send, but maybe it is.
But it does
Oh.
have a point because it's like he's not putting an ego or any kind of virtue or any kind of emotions in it. It's just reporting, and then people are like, "What? Like, ugh." And like I relate to the Thor guy, the pirate software. That's what I have to go through with these these arguments. It's like here's this information.
Yeah, I think a lot of thinkers probably feel that way.
Yeah.
Yes, and Dr. K's a well-known bullshitter. He's literally a psychologist. People question him, even if he talks in an NPR voice. If Officer Zepp said the same thing in Dr. K's NPR voice, I would still question him because the logic is bad. So Dr. K is just dead wrong, like he usually is.
How do I unshare this?
I don't know. I think this is the video that he meant to send. This is the other short.
A different one. So I just thought like it's a little bit of both. I see both perspectives, but that guy is just like, I don't know, too blasty for me. You know, it's like people are reacting to you because you're doing it wrong. I don't know. Just annoying.
Dr. K's being too blasty, the Indian guy.
Yeah, he's finding the kink in the armor about how.
Yeah, exactly. So it is.
Yeah.
I agree sort of with both perspectives, like your ability to use NLP or whatever in your communication or communicate in a certain way that's more effective and like less likely to get people's hackles up. But on the other hand, I think it is a real human nature thing to try to argue and disprove, and especially with the internet, it's like that's seems to be the whole game.
Yeah, I have an empirical fact that would destroy Dr. K's notion.
Before that, anyways, you're correct, but there's a difference between the internet, normal internet stuff, and this internet stuff lasting over 100 days, like constant, like banning hundreds of people and stuff like that. That's what Thor is going through. So it's not like a normal situation.
Right. So, and I do think, I don't know the whole backstory of this Thor person, but I think that there are certain people who like they are perpetuating that kind of tribe drama through the way that they communicate, but I don't know what he's doing.
Well, this whole thing's over the video game World of Warcraft, where he was playing on a group called Only Fangs, and they're playing like a permadeath mode. So if you die, you lose your character and have to start all the way over. That's like someone gave the call to run, and he ran, and then he was asked, "Why are you running?" And then a bunch of people died, and it was like a big mess. And Thor got really frustrated about it and like made a passive aggressive joke, and yeah, then it just kind of spiraled from there, and then it's just kept going. It's like such a stupid tiny thing, and he's got like just a ridiculous amount of hate and all kinds of stuff. So Dr. K is like trying to get him to understand why this might be happening, as it's like not normal. Usually, you'll bully someone for a little bit and then move on. And there's like other content curators that I know that for sure perpetuate their own like hate groups, because it just becomes so funny to see them. I don't know how to explain it. Yes, but it's like they're anyways.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll leave that there.
They're operating like if you look at someone like anybody can, the tables can turn on any well-known person and all of a sudden they get a lot of hate. But if you look at people like Dolly Parton, that really hasn't happened to her. Like most people love her. She's universally loved. And I think it does have to do with her communication and her presence.
I wonder what Dr. K is going to say when it comes out that he's a scammer and he's going to lose a whole bunch of, I guess, social credits. I wonder if he'll say it's my attitude. I have an attitude problem. No, he's going to change. He's going to blame other people. He's not going to blame himself. So that's why.
Okay, cool.
When there's blood in the water, everyone's going to come out.
Exactly.
Yeah, it definitely happens.
It's equally annoying when public personalities are so careful to never offend anyone or ever do anything controversial. Then it's just.
Why are you talking about me?
like the Dwayne Rock Johnson. I feel like he got some crap for that.
He's a scammer. That's why he got crap.
Yeah, kind of like people caught on.
He's a liar. Yeah, he got caught in the ST.
That was interesting. Graves sent the other one, and I think it kind of shows more about
Yeah.
how people
The-
perceive
Yeah.
Thor.
So do I have to unpresent this one first?
No, just
You
open
can
another
click on the
tab.
other one,
Yeah.
and then at the top of your tab, it'll say present this one instead.
Okay, let me go back to the thing.
This is good practice.
I don't see it.
It's below the first one. It's at 2:35 my time. It'll be at 11:35 your time, I think.
In the private chat.
In the private chat.
Oh yeah, no, I clicked it. It's just not giving me the option to present that instead.
Oh,
You had to open it.
it's at the top. She opened it. So at the top of the tab, at the top it says you're presenting in another tab. No?
Yeah, it should say that. That's what it says when I do it. Do you want me to
I don't know.
present?
Yeah, if you can, yeah.
Fine.
Yeah, you can present. Yeah, go for it.
I'll show you.
Does she have to? Does she have to stop first?
No.
No.
She doesn't.
Okay. Oh, now I see
I
it.
hear
When I
way
put
too many mouse. Oh, go ahead.
Well, wait. I don't know. Just Hank can do it.
You're not showing. You could just hit play, or you could share my presentation. Do either one works.
You didn't present yet, though. I think.
I did. Yeah, I see it.
Oh, I see.
let
Okay,
me-
you did. Okay, at the stage.
Is that it?
Yes.
Oh, there we go. Dark mode.
Situation, which
See, that's
doesn't
dark
mean
mode.
that you did something wrong. I don't think you're bad or anything like that. But I think that this tendency to
Whoops.
walk away.
Task.
Damn it! I'm in the wrong one. Let me go back.
Here is what has contributed to the situation, which doesn't mean that you did something wrong. I don't think you're bad or anything like that. But I think that this tendency to walk away from your emotions and lean into logic, I don't think works very well. Something that you're doing about the way that you respond to this is like triggering people harder. They're getting angrier and angrier and angrier. They're not letting up. Whereas like most content creators, people basically move on to trolling someone else. So anytime a content creator reaches out to me and they're like, hey, I'm really struggling, I'm like, the best thing that you can do is wait till they move on, because the internet is an ugly mob. And this is the other thing that you're running into, which we haven't talked about. I do think that what you project is exceptional. And one of the things that the internet absolutely loves is to take an exceptional person and make them bad. So we love tearing down people who are good, and we love redemption arcs as human beings. Right? There's like, this person thought they were the best thing since sliced bread, and we're going to tear them down. I've been on the receiving end of that a lot.
I think sometimes the things that I talk about in regards to those types of things is misconstrued as arrogance or boasting, when in reality, I'm just trying to give context.
So that
If
is
that
the
makes
problem right there. So I want you to listen to this phrase. This gets misconstrued as arrogance, but in reality, it's this.
Yeah.
That is the most arrogant statement on the planet, bro. Like, tell me I'm wrong.
Okay. I don't see it that way, but all right.
You don't see it that way. You're wrong.
No.
Right? I'm right. So you're subjectively, you're thinking you have blind spots. You're wrong. I'm objective and you're subjective.
No.
This is not the way it's perceived. This is really the way it is.
I think that turns into, I guess, conversational PvP for the sake of it, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. It absolutely turns into conversation. That's what you're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
What do you think about that, Annie?
I'm still processing. Yeah, no, I mean, he has a point. So when you're arguing with people, because see, I don't have logical arguments. So when I'm arguing with someone and they're just like cutting me down and throwing the logic at me, and they're not sensitive to the vibe or something, or they're not double deciding in the same way that I am, then it's annoying, and I don't want to participate in it. That's kind of why I just don't like debates. I don't really argue with people. I don't know. When I'm arguing, it's probably always going to be an emotion based.
Do you
argument.
feel like it helps though when you like more talk from like your DI perspective? Because like that feels so natural to me, and it like my brain says like that can't go wrong, but
Mm,
I'm sure it can.
yeah,
It does all the time.
I mean, but I will talk from my experience. Well, like this is what I see. I know it's not like this for everyone. Not everyone perceives it this way, or this doesn't work for everyone. But this is what has worked for me, kind of thing.
Yeah, I feel like when you put like this is what works for me, I feel like that you're just like stating your subjectivity in like a way where it's like what is someone going to do with that? I feel like it kind of calms people down. And what I feel like I see with Graves is that when he doesn't put like the the self part forward, then that makes it like more annoying because it's like you're not putting forward the DI and you're saying you're not attached to it, but yet you're still talking. So it's like I feel people are going to react to that in like a more explosive way because it's going to like probably be come off as instantly annoying to some people.
Just take the blast and go. Because well, like what Dr. K was saying, like it sounds like you're being arrogant. Like I'm just stating this. I'm right. This is the objective truth or whatever. And it's like, even though that's not how it's just I don't see myself as arrogant. I don't see what I'm doing as like this is what I'm right. It's just like this is just what I've seen. I'm just reporting. Done.
Yeah, so when people come up with truth, I just say, okay, but do you have any facts to back that up? And I go from there. So
I feel like if you just added in at the end, like I could be wrong, I feel like that does a lot.
But why would you second guess yourself like that?
yeah, really.
It's not like necessarily
not even,
second guessing
like-
yourself.
It's not even that's the thing though, is like it's not even supposed to be coming from me, so it's not even me about me being right or wrong. I'm just like this is this is
But it is coming from you.
Barbara said,
I'm just
the
radio.
It doesn't make any sense.
What about sourcing your, like quoting people or sourcing it? Like, where
Like
did you get this information from, or why do you think this?
Yeah.
There's also like competing truths. So here's something that really annoys me. A couple of people in the community, men who are talking about weight loss, and speaking to not me, but a woman who is like perimenopausal and saying like, oh, it's all calories in, calories out. It's just a math problem. 1,500 calories of anything. It's like you take a 50-year-old woman and she eats 1,500 calories worth of ice cream per day. Like, yeah, maybe she's under her calorie, but that's going to backfire. It's not going to work because of what it does to you physiologically. It's like a huge insulin spike. So like there's this one truth that's very mathematic and very logical. Calories in, calories out. Yes, that is true. And it does work. But the amount of willpower that it takes to do that, because when you do that to a body, the power of that to backfire and for you to go crazy and go on a binge because like say you're not eating enough is really big. And what it does to you physiologically. So there's like this truth that's really simple and reductionist, but then there's a more complex truth. Well, like this affects that and this affects that. And then there's another one that comes to mind that's more of like truth versus value. And that is the argument, say, a homeless person should not have a dog. That's ridiculous. Why would a homeless person have a dog if they're struggling to feed themselves? They should not have, they shouldn't have a dog because they're not.
It's because they're a 2-dog family. That's why they have a dog.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I'm in that situation. But the other like more value argument, which I have, is like, say you're living on the street, you have a dog, you have a companion. It's a very human thing to want this companionship, and you are responsible for another living being, which can elevate your responsibility overall. There's something really powerful in caretaking and being responsible for another being. It gives you a sense of purpose, maybe even would elevate you more in terms of your like proactivity to get out of that situation. You know what I mean? So that's more like of a value thing versus
The Graves needs a dog.
Yeah.
But no one's required to own a home to own a dog. So I mean, that's not really a big deal.
Well, I know, but people look down on that. Like, there's a homeless guy on the corner asking for money, and it's like, well, why do you have a dog? You know, if you can't work, you can't feed yourself.
He's making more money than you and me. We should probably consider taking his job.
Maybe, but like, because it gives you dignity, it gives you a sense of purpose, and when you're down and out and living on the streets, dignity is important. Like food, water, shelter is important, but dignity in that situation is also important.
There's people who look down on me because of my skin color. I'm not gonna do anything about it. It's their problem.
That doesn't happen. Black people are the what do they say? They're the
they say we
the celebrities of the minorities. They're the celebrities of the minorities.
Right.
You get to be in a minority.
Yeah, and racism isn't real in the United States. We've eradicated it. It's not a thing anymore.
But yeah, I just feel like adding on like I could be wrong thing just can do a lot. Cause like when Disciple was talking earlier, saying the same things he did last time, it's like it's just talking with such certainty about stuff that he can't know is like really annoying. And I feel like if he just had that little buffer, it wouldn't irritate me personally as much.
Wait, Jack, what did Jack say? It bugged you?
He said a few things, but like he said, the only reason why I got typed this is because I said I was the opposite type.
Right.
That's the only reason. Like, to me, I don't want to say it, but I'm going to say it. It's so freaking stupid. It pisses me off.
Well,
gosh dang it.
If he didn't have the context, I would agree. But I know that Dave Powers is in it for the money. And he says that you're supposed to define your own terms for you his system anyways. So, of course, it would be very easy for him to just swap types just where everyone's confused. Because
yes, I understand that you don't understand, but no.
Otherwise, there's going to be a group of people who just happen to get the types right, but he already has the assumption that no one can know their own type. So he and his girlfriend has to figure out for you.
You're wrong, but that's okay. Anyways, it's just like him being so certain because Dave said this one thing this one time or these other few times that he's just going to take that and run and say, yes, this is why I got the type I got. And it's like,
I don't think that's what he's doing. Yeah, I don't
think that's what he's doing.
I think it is what he said. It's how he's justifying it. Like he's grasping for straws, like he's grasping for reasons. And that's the closest reason within reach.
I saw a post yesterday on Facebook.
Not really. It doesn't feel different.
That really made me laugh. And I don't know if the person was being funny or if they meant this seriously, but they said, if I'm SI, then why did I just have an idea?
That's a good question.
And I honestly don't know if they said that just to be funny or if they were really like,
it's a haha only serious. So pretty much it's funny, but it's a serious question because how the model that breaks down so easily. So
I don't know. I think that's a pattern of joke. Sorry, you were saying?
Well, no, it's just it strikes me as a very SI thing to say.
It is funny, yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a pretty like a pattern of joke, like, oh, so you like reading books, huh? Name 10 books, like kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
So so what's going on with the whole Jack thing? So what's bothering you there? You think he got his type right or not?
I don't know what I think about that, but just him being so
you just
sure
don't like
about
his reasoning.
Yes, I don't like his reasoning, and I feel like it'd be 10 times better if he just said, this is what I think, but I could be wrong. Like, if you talk about such stuff that's like outside of your knowability and like don't give that wiggle room, it just comes off as stupid.
So his TI is triggering you?
I guess. I don't know.
So why doesn't his TI trigger me? Because I pretty much said the same thing, except I cite Dave Powers himself. So I can't be wrong.
He cited him too.
Said. Yeah, so I can't be wrong. Just what he said. So
because if you guys are censors, you're not understanding the context. It's like the example of people taking like studies and graphs and running with them without like understanding what's like behind the data.
Yeah, and that's very convenient. That's very convenient.
Oh, so convenient.
Swap those labels so we can't possibly understand what he's saying, even though it's pretty obvious what he's saying.
I'm great. I'm glad you think so. I'm glad you think you're 100% correct.
Thank you. And you said you don't know, so you might as well just go defer to me.
Might as well just defer to Hank for all your decisions.
You're not sure. I am sure, so you might as well defer to me.
You know what I don't get? The whole listening to everything. It's this. There's instead of just talking about the functions or the stuff like the information itself, there's this pull towards Dave, this person, that person, it's a scam, and I don't get that part. I don't get that pull.
No,
I don't either.
Oh, so it's pretty much the system is, let's be honest, it's garbage. It doesn't have a book. The same people get changed. There's different results every time they go through it. So we just give some context of why we think about the system's garbage. It's just giving more context so people can come to their own decision, and it's not just empty in the vacuum.
It's kind of weird just listening to it because it's like instead of just debating the information, it just goes to this person, and then it starts getting into dealing into like absolute land of like, well, it's a scam. Oh, it's this. Oh, it's that.
Absolute land.
I could debate the information too, except the information is just so sloppy and bad it's hard to do. So the information is better.
It is a scam.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean they're wrong, but it is a scam.
Yeah, it could be right, but the information's so sloppy. It's a hard.
Yes, the information is sloppy. I can agree with the information being sloppy. That's true.
Yeah,
I can too.
Critiquing the way that it's talked about, it feels like the whole like talking about like naming people in this is like it's like the middleman. It's like you can kind of like it's not really that important to even address. I don't know.
Well, maybe that's your opinion.
That's my opinion.
He's not attached to it, though. He's not attached to it.
But yeah, so then I've acclimated to Hank, so he doesn't bother me anymore like he used to.
Oh, he used to bother you?
Oh, yeah.
You could have fooled me. He's still bothering you a bit. I can see that.
Oh, just a little bit, because I want to talk about what's actually important, and I don't care for his ramblings off in wrong directions, says me. And I'm not acclimated to the disciple guy. I don't remember what you said his first name was.
So we need to build up an anti-venom.
Jack.
Yeah. and it doesn't help that it was like the same things he said last time that I tried to come in and reason with him a bit.
Here's my 2 cents. I think that's just his way of processing it, is just talking it out repeatedly until it finally clicks.
I don't think he's processing. It sounds like he's saying, "Yeah, this is what I decided on."
Well, I don't know. Like that's kind of like how I process.
He said he did sleep processing.
He said the thing. I guess it's true. No, but it's like I'll end up just talking in circles about stuff with my friends or whatnot, and just go.
We know.
Repeat the same thing. I know.
We noticed.
Shush. I can't help it. But eventually,
it's good that you're self-aware, though.
Yeah. But am I though? No.
You had a point there somewhere, though. I'm sure.
Somewhere, I don't know. But I mean, it's just his way of like processing. It's just going in circles with it, and so eventually he'll maybe figure it out, or he'll just have a nice crop circle on the ground.
I don't like it. He could just do a little play or something and like say, "Hey, this is what I'm thinking. What do you guys think?"
Well, I mean, in a sense, like there's, I guess that's a sleep and play thing. Is like if you're going in a circle with yourself and just trying to sleep it off, and it doesn't get anywhere, or you go talk with everybody and then spin in a circle. Either way, you're still spinning in a circle because you're doing too much one, not the other. You're not doing both. So that might be more of like a sleep play, like being dominant, like inferior type of a thing, like last and first.
Yeah, something. But
I mean, I don't disagree about him being energy dom. That completely fits for him.
Yeah.
And
off.
energy dumps do trigger the hell out of infodumps sometimes.
Yeah, I wish he would turn off his camera while he's eating. I saw a
And mute
piece
his
of
mic while the dishes are banging in the background.
The noise.
yes, that too. I saw like
And like the
one-
apologetic burp right in the camera. I like that too. That was
I
good.
freaking hate
Oh
that.
god.
man.
Or the weird like picking up the camera, like zooming in and out. It's like why? Why are we doing this? What's
I
this
just
craziness?
noticed like one of the first bites he took, and he like looked to the side, and like a piece of food flew out onto the menu in front of him.
I didn't notice that.
I mean, who eats at the firing range? Come on.
Firing range.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, we gotta get him to stop wasting his money and eating out every day. That's not. Yeah.
That's not good.
Not good.
I think that also that could also come down to like what's the cost effect of you could buy groceries and you could eat out every day and then tally it up like what actually costs more depending on where you eat and what you end up
Oh
getting.
my god, Graves, do you eat out every day? Graves, do you not
No.
cook your own food? Are you trying to justify yourself?
No. This has nothing to do with me. I'm just reporting the information. Take it.
All right.
But no, it's like
Okay, no,
that's what I
that's
thought when I was listening to it earlier. Was like because technically you could probably it would probably be cheaper to eat out if you found something like super cheap rather than buying like a week's worth of groceries.
No.
and then you add it up. Maybe
No.
not. I don't know.
He's just reporting. He's not attached to it.
Well, I'm also
Shut
like,
up.
it's like I haven't done the math on it, but if you
That's
do the
all
math,
margins.
maybe.
Yeah, in fact, the amount of the time for you to prepare the meal. So
I'm just
You could
theorizing.
go to a convenience store and eat 3 99-cent hot dogs every day. So that's $3 a day. How much is that a week? What's 3 times 7? 21? $21.
Yes.
An ulcer. That's what it is.
Yeah. Then other, what would be the consequence of that? So when you're eating out and you're going cheaper and cheaper, you're probably not eating healthy things.
Yeah, it always comes down to like a pro con thing. It's like eat healthy, don't eat healthy, save money, don't save money, and then time. Time is also a currency to spend, like the energy to time
It's
to make
super
it, cook
cheap.
it, and run to the store.
It's super cheap to eat healthy at home.
It is, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And I don't because I like goat cheese and like all this stuff that's expensive. But like technically, if you stick to rice, beans, vegetables, it's cheaper.
You'll never beat ramen noodles every night.
Ugh.
no, here's the thing: ramen
I
noodles
hate
every night will
noodles.
kill you. So yeah, eat something. else
Have you ever seen that? Have you ever seen someone look at ramen noodles under a microscope? Have you ever seen that?
Oh
Nope.
no.
I
Gonna
haven't
ruin
seen
it
it for
for
a
me.
while.
It comes with ramen noodles come with a bunch of bugs eating the noodles. Basically,
Oh, that's
I'm
good.
not eating ramen noodles anymore. Yeah.
Protein.
Oh, I would just
Yeah.
pretend fermented. That's good.
Look it up. Yeah, look it up on YouTube.
But if you look
Ramen
at-
noodles under a microscope.
doesn't anything under a microscope have a bunch of bugs all over it?
Yes.
Yeah, you have bugs
No.
all over your face right now.
Like your skin and stuff.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not that
A
much.
lot of microorganisms.
I like the protein.
I don't know. I mean, no matter what you eat,
They're
you're
so
probably
small.
eating some
Not
kind of
everything
little
is.
small creature.
I thought that's the point.
I do like how COVID changed some of my habits. Like I always rinse off like my plasticware at work before I use it, and like whenever there's like just a can of like soda, Monster, whatever, I'm always just gonna rinse it off if it's not like prepackaged in a box.
You know what I don't. The whole you just brought up COVID thing and it sparked a memory.
And
I don't get. I don't get the whole stupid what's the whole anti-mask thing that's stemmed from that is so retarded. You know what I'm talking about? How society's very like
yeah.
anti-mask. It's just so why?
No,
I
the
like what
diapers didn't really protect. The diapers doesn't protect the user; it protects other people. So it kind
Protects
of
other people.
yeah.
It just
so
helps
you're not saying
protect
it
the
doesn't
user
help
too.
anyone.
It does
Just
protect the user too.
I mean, it's like in Japan, like that's like even if you're just sick, they'll still wear masks. Like
But
that's
if
just
you're-
a thing that
it
they
doesn't
do.
protect
That
you
was
if you
before COVID.
cut a hole in it to play your flute.
Yeah,
that's
that's
true.
stupid.
Or you poke your nose out too. But if you're sick,
Yeah.
it will keep other people from getting sick from you, but it won't protect you from
It's-
getting sick from other people.
Yeah, it's like a
It does
courteous
that
thing.
too. Right?
And so I don't get
It's
the
not
whole
what,
like.
not what the doctor said.
I
think
don't
there
get
was
the
some
stupid-
I'll tell you what it
studies
is.
or
It's people
something.
don't want to be controlled. People don't want to be told what to do.
It's
People
just
don't
a-
want to be
yeah,
forced to wear a mask to go into a store.
But it's just like
Well,
it's just a courteous thing. It's not nobody's forcing you. It's just like this is just a kind of a nice thing, and it's just like no, I don't want to do it.
Some people said it was bad for you. Some others said that they did like a study on masks and it was like virtual. And, oh, they did the whole media didn't help at all. Where they're like, yes, we want you to wear 3 masks now, and like things got really stupid.
I can't breathe.
So there's like some people don't want to be controlled. Other people got really suspicious about like all the misinformation that was being put out by the media. Things are a mess, and we're probably a little worse off for all the things that went wrong from
I don't know. I don't know.
how
I
that
never got
Right,
situation
because
was
we haven't
handled.
learned from anything. Like when the next outbreak breaks out, we haven't learned anything. We haven't put any new measures in place.
Be
Oh
putting
no, no!
tariffs.
When the next one
Be
breaks
putting
out, we're probably gonna
tariffs.
die.
We're taxing the rest of the world.
Like it showed us how not ready we were and how, yeah, and then we didn't learn. We're still
Well,
not
that-
ready.
See, that's the scary part. Is like what was it that
I think if we just didn't demonize so much, it would have been a lot better.
well, COVID doesn't even have that high of a lethality rate. To
But
be
they
honest.
said it did.
Now
They
it
said it
doesn't.
did.
It did at the time.
Well, we didn't know at the time.
Hmm.
We were just
We
guessing.
didn't know, but it also did. People were dying left and right at the very beginning.
People
Before it
were
evolved.
dying left and right, but it was
People-
mostly people that were like more susceptible,
Yeah, there were
elderly
people
and
that,
kids.
it's a
No,
population that was always dying.
It was everybody. It was everybody. It was everybody.
India got it really bad, I remember.
Everybody
Yeah.
got it. Only the old people dying left and right, though.
Like when it started in China, that it was bad. It was a worse variant. And then in Italy, if they hadn't taken the measures that they took, it would have had even more people dying.
We actually
Well,
don't know that.
yep.
What did Italy do?
It's a simulation.
Yes, and everyone that was working in the hospitals was seeing people dying of it. They really saw what was happening.
They were also doing TikTok dances.
Yes.
Humanity.
So like for a virus to like survival is the mechanism for evolution, right? So for a virus to survive, it can't kill the host quicker than it can pass itself on. That's why like SARS was too deadly, so it wasn't contagious enough. Like people died too quick, so they weren't able to pass it on. But COVID, they died slower, and so they could pass it on.
But COVID
like-
is SARS, though. SARS-CoV-2.
Yes, but different strains. Like the new COVID is different from the old COVID. Like the COVID today is not deadly at all. It's evolved to survive. It's evolved to pass on and not kill the host, which is what a
It's
virus
just-
should want
But it's
to
pretty
do.
much just a common cold now.
They
Right,
kept
exactly.
saying that it was gonna start killing people again, though, in like the media and stuff.
No, that's not how things evolve.
They kept
No.
saying the strains are gonna start up again, and we're all gonna have to go back into lockdown.
That's why we turned the media off.
Yeah, I
Well,
turned them off.
people weren't worried when there was like new evolutions of it. It's evolving, and they didn't realize that like every evolution, it's getting less dangerous.
So strange. What do you think the
But,
ethics
like if
were
we
from
still
like?
had the alpha strain, that would be dangerous.
Oh yeah. What do you think of the ethics were for like it being like a whole lab thing that escaped?
I don't know. I remember like a year before there was like a Netflix documentary about the wet market and the dangers of the wet market and how like another outbreak is going to come out of the wet market. And so like the narrative just completely lined up. It's like, oh yeah, like we knew this was going to happen. This was already a danger. So if it came out of a lab, maybe, but we should also still worry about the wet market because still more strains can pop out of there.
Yeah, we know this strain
Huh.
didn't pop out of there. We should worry about the wet market
Yeah.
because people.
We should still get rid of
die
those
about
wet
it,
markets.
Even though
I don't know
they-
anything about what a wet market is.
Also, we should ban Walmart.
It's
because
where you have a whole bunch of live animals that they sell and they murder them and slaughter them there on place, and all the blood mixes together. Yeah, and it's
Ew.
all kind of weird animals. They got like bats and pigs and snakes and stuff like that.
Dang.
Anyway, and squid and octopus. Yeah, all
Yeah.
kinds of smelly shit. And
Yeah, we should get rid of everything I don't like.
So I have a question. if you are lactose intolerant, then what is your strategy? I mean, like, I seen you eat pizza and stuff.
I'm not lactose intolerant.
Oh, okay. Because a couple times you've said I wish I wasn't lactose intolerant, like as an argument to something.
No, I said like if for like genetic engineering, it's like I would get rid of the lactose intolerance.
Oh,
okay.
I thought you said the other thing too.
What's up, Chris? I might be lactose intolerant. I don't know.
Lemon.
I just don't eat enough.
Do you know how to fix lactose intolerance?
How?
There was someone did a YouTube video on it where they were lactose intolerant, and they basically took powder milk and like powered through their lactose intolerance for like over a week and suffered through it, and then their gut biome changed, and now they're kind of okay with it.
That doesn't sound real.
Yes, you're having the runs. That totally fixes it.
Yes, apparently it does. It was like some paper. She checked it out, and then she did an experiment on herself. Suffered for quite a while, and then now she can eat cheese and ice cream sometimes.
The lemon's gone. Where'd he go?
I didn't kick him. I don't have mod powers today.
No, he just vanished. I don't know.
Oh, sorry. I need to get off before you can start speaking.
That's true. You're the same person.
Oh no.
It is about time for me to go to sleep anyway, so I suppose.
What about your
it's a really
questions?
good
You said you weren't doing questions.
The what?
Lightning round.
You said you were done some questions.
Yes.
You really want me to try to read them here right now?
Hell yeah.
Yes.
Do it.
Well, if I get kicked out, it's because my phone thought my browser was no longer running and died.
He's laying up the excuse so when he hits.
Or because it was meant to be.
See, this is one I didn't know if I should even ask anymore because I felt like I saw some processing on it that wasn't needed anymore. But why is it important to think about separation when all of the meaning and higher consciousness seem to come from the unity component?
All right, what did you process on it?
I don't
What
remember.
the hell did you just say?
Exactly.
Like, is there really a point to think about the separation that unity is? Gosh, what do you say? You always say it.
So like,
you and your fancy words.
Fancy words. So like, all of the nuance is found in the separation. Like you can generalize. That's where like stereotypes come in and racism comes in by generalizing, finding the unity in something. So like all Chinese people eat rice, right? Well, generally that's true. But then there's all of the individual components, like some people don't, right? I mean, it's important to have both sides of the coin. Or like, I don't know, like we're looking at physics in terms of masses and large things, but it's still important to go and look at the atoms and know how atoms work. And the magic rope. There you go. Just that unity is emergent.
Huh.
Does that answer it? I don't know. You're not giving feedback. Dragon?
He died. Good riddance.
Yeah, he must have died.
Good riddance.
Christopher, what would Greg's next say in response if he had a response?
Hey, even though I died, I can still hear you people.
It's like I could still hear him.
What was your
Many
question, Hank?
ears.
I was saying that yes, that was good enough.
All right.
Okay,
Keep
good
going.
enough.
Ignore me.
And I was trying to read the second question, which was when in the state of harmony where you lose self-consciousness, where does intent and agency and the other components of a relationship go that were talked about when you elaborated on the leaves and the river analogy?
I have no clue what you just said.
I don't remember exactly either, but it's like we were talking about.
Okay, yeah, the leaves in the river
subjective-
analogy is just acceptance of what you are. Okay, like the Eastern philosophy, just acceptance of the world you're in and that you can't control it or change anything. Okay.
Yeah, and basically, when in a state of harmony, we were talking about like you lose self-consciousness, like that's a part of like your subjective view coming into like harmony, like the person playing in a band sort of thing.
Okay. And then where's the question?
Yeah, it seems like I got cut off again. I just have to pop back in here. Where's the question?
Where's the question?
I don't know what you stopped hearing last. I was trying to say where we talked about harmony from the subjective point of view, like when you're playing in a band, a part of the harmony is like a loss of the self-consciousness. I guess you would call that the higher consciousness. And I was trying to ask, does what?
I'm not calling these anything. I don't know what's going on.
Do you remember when I was asking about like the loss of the self perspective? And I was saying like when you go towards the harmony, like from their subjective point of view, it seems like you lose consciousness. And you were saying like no, you just like lose the self consciousness.
Well, because you have RAM. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you have a capacity in your awareness. If you're focusing on the trees, you'll miss the forest, and if you focus on the forest, you'll miss the trees. So like if you're focusing on the harmony, then you're not going to see the dissonance.
And you would say that when you're focusing on the harmony, that's when the higher consciousness comes out of?
So the higher consciousness comes out of the fact that there's no dissonance, so that there's only harmony. And when that happens, then there is nothing else to focus on. There only the unity that emerges from all of the individual parts, because everything's in sync.
And
you ever see those? You know how they have put metronomes on the table and they put all like the metronomes out of sync, but then you just wait a couple seconds, all the metronomes go in sync completely.
No.
You know what
But
I'm
I
talking
get
about?
the idea.
Yeah, we need to show it.
Oh, you have one of those, I think?
I got a video of those.
Sure.
But I'm saying that when you're in that higher state of consciousness, like you're saying, where there's no dissonance and stuff, we were talking about how you lose like the self-consciousness aspect. Because that self-consciousness would be part of the dissonance, right?
If you're in total harmony with everything else around you, then everything is the same. There is no more self. Everything is unified.
Yeah, so I think
And
I
you
was
could
trying to
focus
ask
completely on the emergence. Yeah.
I mean, is it helpful to talk about like perception at all? That like the only way we perceive is because of separations?
Yes.
I think that's a base part of it, yeah.
Too.
So then you wouldn't have a self. I mean, self is it's separation.
Yes.
Right.
There are a bunch of videos out there that show these things getting into sync if you let them run for a while.
Oh. There is one thing that I keep noticing in all the videos of the metronomes syncing up, and it is that they always seem to be sitting on a platform that moves slightly, that's got a little shake or shimmy to it. Let me show you why I think that's important. If I move this metronome while it's ticking, even small movements have a significant effect on the periodicity of its ticking. In front of me here is an air hockey table, and Jamie has set out carefully 216 metronomes.
Go.
Now they're all going, and they're floating on a cushion of air. They never quite got synced up. You could hear them going in phase and out of phase, and certainly looking down the aisles and through the columns, they looked awesome and they sounded amazing, but they never quite got all in sync together.
There are a bunch of videos out.
Amazing.
So Annie, you were asking Ben a question.
Well, yeah, I'm just trying to. I'm trying to understand what we're talking about when you're talking about higher consciousness or whatever. Are you talking about like enlightenment or?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
So the basic premise of this is everything starts off from parts. So we're obviously in amalgamations of molecules, and which is an amalgamation of atoms, which is an amalgamation of, right? And so we have these levels of separation that go all the way down, and like the world is very, very separate. But some form of unity arises out of this separation. And so same thing on our level. So we're on this individual level. Yeah, we've got different aspects of separations within our consciousness, but to some degree they harmonize together, they unify together, and they form one single emergent consciousness, one single emergent entity. And so then the same thing is like when you have a whole bunch of people, like a whole crowd together, the whole crowd syncs up. Like you stop seeing the separation of individuals in the crowd, and they become one unified crowd. That makes sense.
Oh yeah, I disagree with Benjamin. I think the unity is implicit, then we proceed to separation.
Huh?
Okay.
So we had the unity by default, then we perceive the separation. And that's how we can discern one thing from another thing.
What do you mean by implicit?
So, in physics, it's the opposite. In physics, we have all of these separations, and unity emerges from the separations.
Okay, I agree. In physics, it is the other way. I agree.
Yeah, even something like gravity is like this unifying idea, concept. Whereas like on the quantum scale, you have momentum exchanges that add up to show forces. Forces aren't real. It's momentum exchanges on small degrees. Anyways, digressing. So
I think it gets confusing.
Dragon's next.
What?
Yeah, so getting back to your question, you're talking about higher states of consciousness. So when things are in harmony and unity arises and emerges from this harmony, you could see that as like a higher level of, I don't know about consciousness, but it's like a higher level of unity, because like all the atoms are unifying into molecules, and the molecules are unifying into chemicals, and the chemicals are unifying into cells, which are unifying into people, which are unifying into, over and over again. So it's like all of the metronomes are all synced up to have this emergent unity. And I guess that can be like your forest analogy from the trees. It's like this. It's a higher degree of separation. You don't have to look at the individual trees because all the individual trees are synced. There's no dissonance there. There's no reason to keep track of them.
I just think it's confusing to know if we're talking about like which parts are we talking about harmony and like an objective reality sense versus like a self-perception subjective sense.
In the concept of physics, you had to do from the subjective sense. So because general relativity and stuff.
Isn't harmony? I mean, maybe. Yeah, I don't know about the physics side, but isn't harmony just a descriptive term for like if you have atoms in harmony to form a cup or whatever? It's just a way of describing that they are coming together to. I kind of like the conversation we had before about was it the tree or the table when you're talking about the same thing, whereas like everything is atoms, and then yeah. So then it's like the harmony is whatever form. It's like a generalization of all things are formed because of a harmony of parts. It's that just a description. It's not necessarily that harmony is like a thing.
Right, it's a relationship. Harmony is a relationship.
So yeah, we talked about the computer table thing, and I was asking about like when everything like comes together and our like our subjective view of it, when it lines up, that's when it's like the computer on the desk thing. and Ben said something about like, well, there might still be some dissonance in that we might not know about, like a bad software or something else like that, which is
The
talking
AI
more
said
on like
that. I
the
didn't say that.
objective side. But from
okay,
the
so like from our perspective, it doesn't make sense to keep track of every atom in the computer desk. We're not doing that. We have a representation of a table in our minds, and we're like loosely making our representation match reality. Like we don't actually perceive all of the details of the table. We perceive the table in its entirety.
and this is mostly because of the RAM.
It's also because it's and also utility, I guess. Like there's no
And the
utility
sense,
in perceiving. Yeah.
the,
An
not
assistant.
just the RAM, but the sensor processing. We just can't pick up on everything. So
So
even even we had the RAM to do it, we just wouldn't it would get through our filters.
So I was mostly trying to think about it from the subjective sense of when you're getting into a place where you're a part of emergent harmony, your perception of what goes on changes drastically. It's like the flow state. And I was trying to ask questions around that, I think.
Well, let me add another level of nuance to this. It's like every atom in the table doesn't know it's in the table, but it's still in a table, and the table still comes out of it. There's still a unified table. It's just like you don't know what level you are in the unified whole. You just see yourself. Like it doesn't matter how aware you are of the unity. You're still a part of it.
I think it does matter because that's what I was trying to say about like when you're like trying to do something, often it can mess it up because you're thinking more about being a part of that or doing the activity than just doing it, and that messes up the harmony aspect. That's what I was trying to dig into a little bit.
Dissonance, yes.
Yeah.
So it's like when you
But I mean, like, okay, so you find your harmony with your neighbors, but you don't know what the unity is. Like, there is a unity, but all you have is the harmony. You don't have the unity. Your consciousness isn't on the level of the unity.
I thought we were talking about like harmony and unity being like the exact same thing.
Nope.
Unity is the whole, harmony is the state of each individual part.
Right. It's the
Yeah,
relationship between parts. Is yeah.
Yeah, so it's really hard to think about that stuff, and I'm
What,
trying to
what's
think
that?
about
What's it's what's that line in your song, Benjamin? There's the like there's the two parts, which is one like item, and then there's the both of
Every
them
pair
together, which
contains
is the
three.
unity. What's that?
Yeah. Every pair contains three, one of each, and they're
Yeah. Yep. But then, yeah, harmony. So the unity is the whole, but then the harmony is just the relationship and or state, I guess, depending on how you want to describe it. Like, do you get that part, the harmony part of, like, because they're in harmony, they're making the unity, but the unity is not necessarily the harmony.
Yeah, I think I get that.
Okay.
And I forget when I was talking about the leaps in the river part. What was the other example? Was it the band and the orchestra or something?
Yeah, or cogs in a clock, like anything that works together has different parts that work together for a unified purpose, a unified goal. Like all the parts of in a computer, right? All the parts in a computer are specifically designed. What's up, Mimo, by the way? To work, yeah, they're designed to work together, and then it takes a form together as this computer. The computer is the unity.
What just happens to work together?
You were saying about the leaves in the river analogy not being appropriate for it because there's no agency or intent.
Okay.
Is that right?
No, I was just no. That was a different conversation. So the leaves in the river is a different cause. It's like Eastern philosophy versus yeah, agency philosophy. It's the limitations of Eastern philosophy. I think. Like Eastern philosophy has like the caste system and like you're born as you are. You know, you can go out, you can marry up or marry down. You have fate, you have your karma. You can't really change your destiny, sort of thing.
I don't know if it's about changing your
Here's to my
destiny or not,
grandparents,
but it does sound like it's basically coming from the perspective of like a higher form of unity where we're like all part of a functioning machine, so to speak.
Okay.
I think that's the way they're trying to approach it from.
Yeah, and
Yes.
being aware of the higher right. But then at the same time, you don't have to. You could change the machine. You don't have like the machine isn't fixed.
But you have to remember, the machine lies.
The machine lies.
That it does be doing that for real.
What
Yeah,
is
like
the
that's
machine
one of
in
the
your
limitations.
analogy, and why isn't
No,
it
no.
fixed?
What one of the, yeah, so like that's one of the limitations in Eastern philosophy is that things are as they are, and you just have to accept them. Which is like it's true. It's a true perspective. Like you can't really change a lot of things. But then if you believe that, then what's the point of living? Like,
yeah.
Hedonism, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it that way. I'm not seeing it working that way.
Wait, what doesn't work that way?
The what he's saying about the hedonism part, I guess.
Oh,
I didn't say hedonism. We said hedonism.
I
okay?
did. That's the
Oh,
point
yeah.
of living. It's hedonism. If you can't change it.
Yeah, you're saying what's the point? So I guess I meant whatever the word is for that apathy.
I mean, like,
And
maybe
Nihilism? What?
It's not apathy, not nihilism. It's acceptance. Like that is a valid perspective. Acceptance is a good way to live your life. But then at the end of the day, if that's all you have, you're not changing anything.
I don't
Like
think that's
what happens if you're
necessarily true. Acceptance doesn't mean like not make change or not aim towards something or not move in a direction. And I think that the acceptance part is important through their philosophy because that's where the harmony comes from. It's like a part of what gets into a harmonic state more often. Because if you're not accepting, then that seems like that's just going to be a dissonance from the get-go.
But if it's gonna be the same way either way, what difference does it make if I accept or reject? So
A lot.
Wrong, because the whole argument is that doesn't make a difference. So
It's a very mental process that changes, it seems. But
the idea of a leaf in a stream is the leaf cannot fight the stream. The leaf has to flow in the stream. It has to just accept its destiny.
maybe.
And
then I want to
like
know more
we've
about.
said this a few times on the stream is like all pain comes from resistance.
Yeah.
No, there's some pain that comes from
But then-
compliance. So, for example, if you're kidnapped,
But anyways, you need to be willing to go through pain in order to create change.
Yeah, I would agree. So I kind of wanted just to know what's like the opposite view. What's the other option than the whole acceptance thing and things not mattering perspective?
That's a good question.
Isn't that what we just said?
Oh, free will, that you just magically have control over everything, and so it's leads to solipsism. That's the ultimate perspective, that your mind controls everything, and that's ridiculous.
Is that what solipsism is? I don't remember.
Yes,
That's not what solipsism is.
Yes. So
No.
pretty much, this free will is a soft
Is
variant.
that
Then
there's nothing but
hard
you
variant is
and your
solipsism.
perspective of your mind.
Yeah.
So the opposite of
Solipsism is its own way of being stuck.
Yes.
It's also stuck. Solipsism.
so the opposite is just the whole pain thing.
Well, all the pain's your
Yeah,
fault.
being
That's what.
no being a participant in creating something different and accepting the pain that goes with that
Sounds like acceptance.
and suffering. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a difference here.
I don't think there exists a difference or like a formal practice or ideology, unless I'm just tripping.
I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to not get stuck in the weeds with this since it's very abstract and it's hard for me to understand the difference
Who's the
between
censor
like
now?
the
Who's the censor now?
subjective and the objective stuff.
So I suspect that the transgender person did not hop on here.
No, of course not.
No, they're pussy.
Who is that? What I miss out on?
I was having a long conversation with somebody yesterday about Gaza and Israel, and I wanted them to come on and have a conversation with you, and they said that they didn't want to. Probably.
Like,
Oh,
no.
thank you, Grace. Thank you so much.
That would have been awful.
Yeah, we talked about some of that stuff.
Because here's the thing: is like the person was adamant that like genocide is going on, and I'm like, so do you understand the full history here of the conflict? Like people are looking at the end level of things and assuming they understand who's right and wrong, and like how do you separate all that? And so I was having a conversation with them about it, and it felt like everything that I brought up about like, well, initially the Palestinians had sold the land to the Israelis when they were coming back between the
I just know that we're really
1880s or
bad
so.
at genocide. We're just really bad at genocide. With all the bombs
Well,
going
that
off,
too-
we're
yeah.
not killing anybody.
Yeah,
I know.
that too.
I'm pissed. I'm sorry. That's I can't root for you guys too much more because you didn't hurry up and do it. Now you're in there for over a year when you could have got done in a weekend.
I agree with you, Hank. We're doing a very bad job.
Be better.
So I don't know. I feel like the person was just very, very naive, and I was thinking, maybe they could come on and have a civil discussion.
No,
and
as
see
soon
if
as I
you
saw
can...
you ask that, I was like, they're not going to say yes. They're not going to do it. They're not that person.
They're not that person. It's good.
I guess I could have left out the information that Benjamin was stationed / doing some work near Gaza.
And they would have been in here going, you did this to me. You threw me in there without telling me. You threw me into the fire, you bastard.
Yeah.
He got to talk to Mimo. Mimo came here to report on the genocide too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that person has a really bad habit of justifying all of their bad actions.
I mean, and the entire time, they kept staying on this, like how like conversations have different layers. They were staying on the sensory of like this and these politics and Gaza and this. The entire time I was on a different layer, just talking about like how your behavior, the way they're acting, the bull in the china shop stuff, was just constantly alienating anyone who was maybe a fence sitter or didn't really have a stake in the thing. And the way that they were being perceived and coming off was just making everyone just go, no, fuck you. Honestly, it just makes you want to just side against them just because of their behavior. And I was constantly trying to address that your behavior is causing this alienation. And they're like, nah, I don't care.
No, your behavior is allowing Benjamin to commit genocide. You don't even care about the innocent civilians.
You're right, I don't. You know me so well.
What'd you think about what I was saying, Graves, about like the whole authentic part of the conversation?
I forgot already. What now?
When I was saying like they don't seem like an authentic person.
Oh yeah, they don't. No, they don't seem very authentic. Because the way they speak, it sounds like rhetoric, hive mind slob that you hear like on Twitter or anyone else.
Yeah, I said it.
Them.
I said it. They're
swear
possessed.
The Dragon's Neck has an eye. I swear you have an eye. You're still stuck on this authentic self thing.
There's no authentic self. It's all illusion.
It's
No,
the answer to
that's not,
everything. Is the authentic self. You have NI.
I don't think it's I don't think he's talking about the authentic self. It's different. I think he's transitioned
okay.
on from that. Yeah.
I mean, I got
Are you
bored of
sure?
that. Julian himself doesn't stop talking about it, so I stopped watching him. I got what I wanted out of it. I still think it's
I see.
great.
Okay.
I still like using it, but I'm just triggering this person because they're trans and they say like so much stuff about their experience or whatever, and I'm just like picking up on this like weirdness that Christopher is calling possession, and I just wanted to see how they would react when I said, "Yeah, you're not coming off very authentic." And then they went really weirdly talking about like, I have to prove myself and no one else does. This is a double standard BS.
It's very like it's like a victim mentality. It's like I'm feeling attacked is what they kind of give off all the time.
Yeah, they're constantly attacking people and constantly attacking and then saying, "Why are you attacking me? Why are you attacking me?" as they beat you over the head verbally.
This is the same person I mentioned earlier. I posted a GIF and they went, "You're attacking me by sending that."
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
You're welcome.
I got the same response. I got the same response when I laughed at them misquoting. They said that Jordan Peterson wrote a book called "Clean Your Room," and I just I sent like a GIF laughing about it because he didn't. Well, then they corrected it and they said like, "No, I meant the chapter from his book."
12 Truths of Life.
Yeah.
That's what.
So
that's
it was
they
just.
don't have the basic facts right, so I'm gonna make fun of them. And if it's 8% attack, that means yes, I am. You better dodge.
No. So here's the thing. I was just laughing. I think I would have laughed at that no matter who said it. If anybody said Jordan Peterson has a book called "Clean Your Room," I would have laughed because that's just funny. The funniest thing I've ever heard.
They've been watching too much Fox News.
But
yeah,
it was
funny. They said I was mocking them, and I said, "No,
You
I'm
were.
not. That was just funny."
Yeah. No, the answer is yes.
You're
You
too
were.
attached to what
Because they
they're
didn't
saying.
know the basics. They didn't know basic facts. So yeah, you were mocking them. And if they don't want to be mocked, they need to learn some basic facts about what they're talking about.
But here's
you
another
got them
thing
to.
with like talking with people like this is that here's where my prediction comes in. Like no matter what you do when you discuss topics like this with certain people, like these people, is that it'll just turn into, well, I'm just going to discredit anything you say because you're brainwashed or the media you listen to or whatever. And so then there's no point in doing that. I hate when people do that because it doesn't make any fucking sense to do so, because I could just throw the same thing back at them, and now it's just two brick walls throwing bricks at each other.
Yes,
like,
my bricks
no
are
point in
harder.
it.
My bricks are harder. Their balls have collapse.
Brick walls can't throw bricks.
But it's like it's a stupid point to even bring up. Like why they do that. Well, you're just brainwashed. I can throw that right back at you. And
I'll concede and say, what's next? I am brainwashed.
The entire conversation just comes to a dead end there, and you're just talking to a loon. At that point, you just block them because it's just stupid.
I don't even bother blocking them because it's too funny having the interaction again. Said, "Oh yeah, I'm brainwashed." Then what are they gonna do about it? They don't have a plan after that. Once I admit that I'm brainwashed, and I say I don't want to change my mind, and I ask for facts they don't have any, they'll block you and run away. That's what would happen.
But
I don't know, this person you keep interacting with them like day after day. It's like, no, you just block them.
What server is that? I'll give them a scare. Where are they?
Christopher got them to a point though where they're actually talking about normal stuff, and then that's what I would say like felt more authentic, because like all of the BS just dropped off, and then it was just like
their authentic self.
Yeah, I don't. I would just say it was normal in a sense. I don't know.
Well, Christopher is more of like a diplomat. He came in and was just like asking questions and being civil. They immediately thought I was attacking them, so there was no way I was going to get to like a civil point in any of this conversation, even though I tried.
Well, hey, not to let you off. I don't want to let you off the hook here. They immediately thought I was mocking them too. Once I laughed at Jordan Peterson writing "Clean Your Room," and then I just stopped talking for like a couple hours.
Or you could be a smart ass and say, I looked for that book on Amazon. I don't see it. Where is it? Is it only on Nook? Out.
So this is like MDE, I guess, and feminine identity with the trans. Is that what's going on?
But yeah, Graves, that's what I was talking about with you. Like for the long conversation, is like you're boxing yourself in by saying like, oh, this is how it's just gonna keep being. Like if Christopher was able to start off the same place you were and then change the direction of things, you can too. You just gotta go through the pain and learn how to figure it out.
I don't know. I'm not actually like making a prediction like this is what's going to happen, minus the thing I just said, because that's just because that depends on the people you're talking to. If they want to go down that road, and that's just going to be a dead end. But for the most part, the boxing in thing, I know that's just. I don't really have predictions of how conversations just go. They just kind of. I just see the pattern of like what's kind of happening, and it's like, oh, okay, I've seen this is happening now.
You might see the start of a pattern, but that doesn't mean it's going to end up at the same place.
Oh,
I mean, it kind of does. It usually does end up in the same place. Let's be honest. I've been around for a while.
Yeah. No, yes.
Whoa.
It's not making a prediction off of nothing. It's like I've built up this. This thing keeps fucking happening.
Yeah,
Now
they're
I make a
looping and they're
prediction.
predictable.
And then you make the same decisions that make it come out the same way. And maybe if you tried making different decisions, maybe it might turn out different.
Oh, I tried that, and it didn't.
So basically, let's take that. Yesterday, I posted a GIF. They thought they took offense. I was like, okay. So I started treating them seriously. I changed my tone and was like, you need to probably like examine that because you feel like you're being attacked because you shouldn't. That's kind of unhealthy. You shouldn't do that. And they just doubled down on being whatever. So I think next time I'm just gonna keep memeing and shitting on them with GIFs.
I mean, I don't think that's not
I like
much
that
of a
solution. That's the best solution.
That is the best solution.
Yeah.
What you just said seems like the
Absolutely.
same thing you've been doing. It's the same thing where you're like, oh, I'm just giving my 2 cents. That's like the exact same thing you just did with what you just said.
Just attack them for real. That's what you need to do. Just,
Exactly.
There you go.
don't let up. You feel attacked with that? Just wait. Just you wait.
I didn't begin attacking you yet. Then you did them hard.
I didn't even start yet.
Yeah.
Such a pussy. You're crying about this? Just wait.
Like, let me fight it. What did I actually say once they were done being mad, or when they started being mad?
The very first time?
Like, let me see what it said. You assume gifts hurt you. You assuming gifts hurt you is a projection. Okay, where is that? Scrolling. I just said they said something, and I jokingly responded with a GIF. Then they got all butthurt, and so I switched and said, "Serious question: why do you feel attacked by some guy memeing GIFs and assume they're trying to hurt me? Like I haven't said anything. I've just posted GIFs, and you immediately think you're being attacked for some reason. Yeah, you should probably examine that. Like, and that's it."
I would have followed up with another GIF that was Itachi Uchiha using Tsukiyomi. So to let them know that, yes, I am attacking GIFs.
Yeah, you know,
you have to traumatize them out of the trauma. That's what you got to do.
Exactly. That sounds like what they were telling you to do too. They kept saying that you need to examine yourself, or you need to examine that because you're bigoted.
I think I started. I'm the one that started that. They stole it from me because I told them that they're being a dick, basically, and then they're like,
hours later, that's what they did. They were like, "You should examine that," and I'm like, "This whole thing started because I was telling you to examine something."
Chris is actually really good at pointing out when people are being dicks. It's one of your skills.
Oh, it is. Is it? I feel like it's not that hard to find for the average person to figure out.
I'm not the average person.
I know you popped on when Snafu Snaps was going off, and you're like, "Hey, you're a crazy person."
Yeah, and then it was the weirdest thing because he was like, "I go, fair enough."
See, it's a skill. You got it.
How do we do that, Ben? How can we learn that?
Vetting.
Do you want to learn that? I don't know.
I mean, I feel like in the past when I've tried to imitate that, it comes off really strong and offensive.
Do it, try.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's less about it's less about the word. It's it's just the vibe side of the conversation. You just got to get the vibes right, and then you can go in for the kill.
Because when we do it, we're decidery about it, and he's not decidery about it. He's just like,
yeah, pretty much.
He's like, I know you're not a crazy person. Wink, wink. Like he's pretending like,
yeah,
I know you're not one, but it comes off like you are one. It's like, okay, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, pretty much that. Just gotta lie to people.
And then our decider brains would be like, you sound insane.
You are insane. You are insane.
Or even you sound insane. It's different. It's different.
Yeah. And I go further beyond and say, all right, let's get him more rope. Maybe he can pull himself out of it. Then it turns into a disaster.
Yeah. Well, I feel like that's part of it. It's like you can't narrow people down on how you perceive their identity. You have to like give them the room to be like, you really seem crazy, but ... like now you have the opportunity to, you know, move outside of that identity of being crazy, which in Snafu's case he certainly didn't, but you know.
But that seems
I'm
inauthentic
right.
to me because, you know, they aren't crazy, and I'm not gonna stoop to go like giving them the benefit of the doubt that they're not crazy. No, they are, and they need to know it.
I mean, okay, there. I was.
That's
I
why
was
Chris is good at it, and you're not. That's why Chris is good at it.
I mean, I got them talking about their son, so that was like a decent breath of fresh air, talking about something that isn't some freak out over everything we should all be worried about.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like people like that, like on a side note, like it doesn't, even if you do get friendly with them, it feels like you might be walking like on eggshells around them because anything you could do might be perceived as a threat and they'll just go off on you for whatever reason because they're unstable.
I've seen that with language barriers. It's quite annoying.
That's why I just prefer just go and try to set them off and see how big they can go boom. And sometimes it turn into a dead.
Okay, Hank.
Well, I got a good piece of advice from this guy at work. He's like a 90-year-old guy, and his advice was, look, if they're blowing up on you, just let them go. They'll blow up on someone else, and someone else will someone else will take the brunt of the blow. Just let them.
Yeah,
if they're falling, they'll fall. Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, I'm actually working on a conspiracy right now. We're going to tell Officer Snaps to become a cop watcher, so when he blows up, the cops are right there to take him to jail. And I hope you're watching. I'm hoping you're watching because it's not gonna make a difference that if you see this, Officer Snaps, it's gonna work. I know you're MBTI type. I know I'll manipulate.
But like that's if I had just kept responding in mean gifs and never actually tried to take this person seriously, if there was actually a mod on the server, could have came in and been like, this guy's a fucking lunatic, and that would have been it. So yeah, just meh.
I think the Dragon's Neck is a mod, technically.
Oh,
he just lets things happen. No, I think he just lets the world be.
Well, you missed out on the drama I caused. I silenced some people and it made them so angry. It was hilarious, but also annoying. And then they're gone.
One guy that went like crazy every single time he hopped on. He was like some kind of what's the word for it? The flip-flopping personality.
He's like, Rob, he's abusing his power. Take it away.
Take it away. I like that the server's kind of Wild West, where there's not a mod that's going to come in and interrupt, because sometimes
what server is
this?
This?
Can go on.
I need to get on
Rob's.
there.
Rob Q.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Rob's server? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't care about it anymore. He's off in Hawaii sipping his lemonade or something.
It's where the rejects go. It's our reject server.
It's subjective personality. You can look it up, Hank, online.
No,
he's got a website.
No, don't.
I'm gonna mute you.
Don't do it.
I'm gonna mute you for a week.
I can wait. My vacation starts next week, anyways, so I'm getting in there.
That's the best response I've ever heard. I can wait.
But yes, I've noticed from my interactions with what happened to me in the unofficial objective personality server that it's what I said at the beginning of the trans person getting into some heat stuff, like that. Yes, it's sometimes best for these to kind of just burn out instead of trying to like come in and preemptively stop it.
Right.
Yeah, like that's because half the time when you get into a conversation or a debate on servers and whatnot, if a mod does come in and like bans one party, it just kind of sucks because the conversation just gets cut short, and there's a possibility that they might have been able to resolve or whatnot after the fact, but it got cut short because somebody decided to be too happy with the ban hammer or something, and it's just like I hate servers like that.
Yeah,
Yeah, me
it's
too.
not fun.
Because it's also
It's
like
like
sometimes it's a misunderstanding because you might be saying something and then the other person doesn't understand
Oh
you, so you're
no,
missing
not
each
a
other.
misunderstanding. Not a
It's a
misunderstanding.
misunderstanding.
No,
So that you get painted
this
as
is
the
in
bad
red.
person.
There's
You
no
get
red.
banned.
There's no blue.
There is. It's right there. It's just but people misunderstand each other.
The
Like
dictator
you
is
could
to ban both people. Then you let them know this is a person's dictatorship, so you better shut the fuck up.
like if I post let's take yesterday, I posted those gifs. That guy got butthurt. Let's say I responded a certain way that people take as like you're an asshole, and then I get banned, and then this guy goes off being honky dory happy in the server because he didn't get banned, but he's the one who threw the hissy fit first.
I think it's not as bad as I come in, I mute you both, and say I'm going to start my investigation, and then I'll let you know if there's going to be further consequences or not, and you guys will just have to wait for the whole day to find out afterwards.
Honestly, it's kind of better if you just like as a mod just sit and watch and just see how further it goes before like stepping. Just see like who incriminates himself or like who maybe is more in the right or the wrong, and then go okay, fuck that guy.
Yeah, that's what I do. That's what I do in my chats on YouTube. It's I don't really moderate my own chat. I just want to just make the people incriminate themselves. It's a lot more fun that way.
Yeah. Just let them just talk.
You
a little bit
ever
instead of just being so happy.
You ever see those movies where people aren't speaking the same language, like two leaders, and like one leader's like cursing out the other leader, and then like the translator's like nicely translating for the leader? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like he said he likes the way you move your hand or something like that. So I feel like AI can like be a translator now. Like you don't really need to talk to each other. We can talk through AI.
Put in the
everything
work,
out of
man.
me.
Stop being so lazy.
No.
You got to grow through the pain, bro.
No, he's just sticking to the blue.
No, I mean I'll talk to you. No, not to you, Dragon's Neck. I'll use an AI for you. But I'll talk to a lot of people directly. But then, like, some people, it's just be like, all right, I'm putting AI mode on. It's like,
yeah.
You
That
know
way they
what?
don't get lost in the red. You just get the ChatGPT to understand your blue, type the blue, and then you send the blue. You're done.
We should do that.
There
We
you
should
go.
do that. We should put the whole conversation and ask the AI who's being a jerk.
Oh, I actually know someone who does that. He think he's called. I'm on Discord chat with him. Let me get his name real quick.
Like honestly,
Chambers of Logic. Chambers of Logic does that. He has a show on YouTube. He used to be known as the Steel Man, and he actually has a chatbot listening to the conversation and judging it.
We need that.
I have a dumb idea. I want to just go like take a screenshot of like the GIF thing, and that person getting upset, and then go to ChatGPT and be like, "Who's in the wrong here?"
Can it read an image though?
It can.
Yes.
Do it.
It could read the image and it can draw another image in response.
Okay, so
give me an artistic interpretation of this conversation. Oh, doesn't look that pretty. Uh-oh.
So what did I miss prior in the stream?
No, Annie and
we
I
were
need
just
to
talking
make
about
more
you.
money. Yeah, Annie and I need to make more money, and she's gonna do a sale, and I'm gonna help people back up their stuff to cloud storage.
The disciple guy came back on.
You're talking about me? I like it when people talk about me. What are you guys saying?
No, Jack was on, yeah.
What was he on about today?
Oh, he was bashing OPS like I do, and he came to the same conclusion I did. That it's a system. They can call me wherever they want in their system. It's not relevant.
That's not what happened.
I was there. I was there. Go back. Watch from the start.
Fight.
You have receipts.
He ate a waffle. That's
Yeah.
one thing.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
A waffle? Oh, nice.
Yeah,
I
it
just
kind
ate.
of made me.
Made you what?
Oh.
Well, it just kind of made me think I haven't had a waffle in a long time. It looked good.
I'll get one tomorrow, I think.
I don't really like waffles that much.
Neither
Yeah.
do
I got some for Grandma's birthday.
Well, bagels are good. Have bagels.
I guess it depends on how much syrup is on the waffle and how much flavor is in the waffle itself.
You just need more butter.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, the butter's pretty good. Syrup is mid. But anyway, so what really happened?
So many important things. Critical important things happen on the stream.
Well, you said you're talking about me, so I mean I know that's not true, but
who are you?
We were talking about the lemon.
Yeah, we're talking about your change in profile picture change, and we wanted to have an intervention for you.
I was gonna change it before I hopped back on, but
yeah, how do you consider that a
I
lie?
forgot.
We're worried you're becoming a little too sour lately.
But maybe there's a different you only asked 2 questions. You said a bunch of questions. Dragon's Neck. Do you have another question?
I had other stuff. I'm not going through this again.
Come on.
No, I'm not starting this again. I can't remember why I said what I said. I cannot articulate it on stream. It's not fun for other people.
It's super fun for everybody. We all got involved, and your questions were great. And
don't you give me that fake FEBS. You can't compete with the AI's fake FEBS.
Next question. Go to ask Benjamin the next question.
We never even properly asked the second one.
Ask it again.
Oh my god.
The third one was something about gosh, freaking don't know if it's speech to text error or not.
All right. Well, while he's looking for his questions, I gotta say I've been looking for a new job, and I don't like job hunting. It's very obnoxious. I don't like resumes because I feel like who actually. How do I put this?
Who would like?
I feel like
the way it is? I don't know.
You partially that, but like I feel like you put a resume out to like gas yourself up so people hire you, but it's like, are they actually gonna? Oh, did you just kick Dragon's Neck? Good. I don't like that.
No,
guy.
I'm trying to show the puppies.
Oh.
Yeah, your puppies you stole from the Palestinians, right?
Right. Sure. No, they were born here underneath the. Do you see them?
They're cute.
Don't let me interrupt. I'm just.
No, it's fine. I'm just venting about resumes and getting jobs.
Yeah,
it's really not that important.
Yeah, I hate that too. That's what I'm going to try. Get a business running so it'd be easier to get jobs because I don't have to use the resume system. I just use a advertising copy instead.
Yeah. I don't know. I just feel like it's very strange the way hiring currently works, but yeah, that's all I got.
What kind of job are you looking for?
So I was kind of looking around at different ones. The one I'm aiming for right now it's partially accounting and HR work. So I think I kind of hope I get that one. I think that would be interesting because I don't have a lot of experience with HR. Not a whole lot, but
don't tell them that.
No, maybe.
Well, see that
I don't know.
Well, see that's the thing is it's like you make a resume to lie to their face to get the job. And I'm like, is this a great way to start a relationship with an employer? Is let me lie to your face and like you're actually going to trust what my resume says? Like, what is this? Why does anybody care about this process? It's so strange.
Yeah,
Don't
I agree.
Don't you remember me freaking out about like, man, I really hope I don't ever have to get another job ever again? Now you
Yeah,
understand.
and it is way more effort than I would prefer. You just got to run the freaking thing through AI for the 50th time, edit out the words so it doesn't look like the most generic slop you've ever seen. Yeah, and there's no satisfaction to sending out because I'm like, here's my BS form, so you can read it and go, wow, this looks really great on paper. I wonder if this person's an asshole when I hire them. Anyway, let's go through with it.
But you know what? They're not looking at it either. They're taking all their resumes and running those through AI.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, picking out keywords, and so I wouldn't worry about it too much. And then where it really matters is like the actual personal meeting.
You need to put
exactly, and that's what I found.
Mm-hmm.
It's just getting to the personal meeting, and I'm like, why do we have to? Like, I kind of get it. But like, why do I have to run through all this garbage just to get to the face-to-face part?
Because they are screening out complete morons, and because they don't have that much time, they have to figure out some way to keep Tom, Dick, and Harry out on the street where they belong.
I mean, I feel like a general resume will already do that, though. Like, if they have a non-retarded resume, I feel like that's already pretty easy to filter out.
Exactly. That's why they ask for resumes so they can get rid of the non-retarded ones. It's small talk. The resume is literally small talk.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Okay, I'm done. That's my rant on resumes.
I like that rant.
Good luck, buddy. I don't know what else to say.
It's just like I'm not worried about getting a job or anything. It's just I find this process frustrating. It's just very annoying.
The process sucks. Yeah, nobody likes the process. Not the hiring people, not the people getting hired.
It needs to be streamlined. It needs to be optimized. Everything does. Anyway.
It needs to be harder so that only the people who make through the difficulty can get a job.
I jumped down to the last question I wrote as it's kind of like was a thought experiment involving like missing the mark sin sort of stuff when it comes to like trying to make something harmonious that's not. And I just said, if someone makes something like a crappy video game that functions, but a lot of the elements like aren't creating cohesion or harmony, would we say this person sinned, as in the missed the mark sort of sense?
I don't know how to legitimize your question.
How do we connect harmony to sin?
It's hard in the missing the mark analogy. The mark is so far into the future that it's so hard to hit. It's like trying to hit something from like miles away and then hitting the bullseye. You know what I mean?
No, because it's like the thing is made. So I don't know why
right.
it's far
the thing is
away.
already made. So there's no exactly. But it's like, is it hitting? Well, that's what unity is. Unity is a purpose. Unity is a yeah, it's a result. Yeah. So like, is the result hitting what it was meant to hit? Like, okay, we made a communist government and communist society. Did we hit the utopia we were trying to hit? No. Well, then maybe
we're on the way there. We hit step 1.
Right.
No, bro, you don't understand. You don't understand. It hit the bullseye right in the middle. All those Russians that died. It's just part of the experience, you know. And
yeah,
communism. Let's do it again right now. We got to figure it out.
Yeah, not true communism.
Right. So like, it is a unity. Did it hit what it was trying to hit? Did it hit the utopia? No. So I guess you can look at it through that lens. Why not?
I was looking at it through like the objective part where it's like it just it's not having cohesion. And if you want to make something for it to be good, I think it has to have the cohesion or harmony.
But yeah, cohesion and harmony. The issue there is they need to be unifying to a form, and that form is only there probably by definition of utility. So it's like, in essence, it's like a goal of utility. I think. At least that's how I would. That's the direction I would go in.
So like Nazi Germany was a. It had a goal,
Nice.
right?
You
But
cut
did
out
it-
a little.
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
It
So
does.
like you could look at Nazi Germany as a unity,
Yeah.
and it had a harmony to it, and it had a goal, right? And did it hit the mark that it was trying to hit? Pretty much. It failed in the end, but it was. Yeah. So it's like it doesn't mean it's just because it has unity and has harmony doesn't mean it's right. Is my point.
Okay.
Yeah, we basically said the same thing.
But
Yeah.
how can it really be in like objective harmony if it's not right?
What's objective mean in this sense?
Just like true to reality, I guess, outside of just like our perception.
Oh, we don't know that part. That's what you need to let go of.
Yeah, I actually have a. So, I think the important part is not people. I actually have a document that I was typing away at yesterday when I got to work. I was typing out some thoughts on objectivity. I think the important part is I think what it is called is I can't remember the word. There's a word for the interplay or like the intersection between subjective, so us being the subjects, and then us interacting with the objective world. And I think that's the important part. Objectivity itself doesn't matter. It's correctly aligning the interaction between yourself and objectivity. So
I don't know what that
it's
means.
not. So it's like we have a subjective experience and like subjective goals, but then there's the. I could say I want to fly and go jump off a cliff. Well, that's not like the interaction there between my subject and the objective world are not. I guess you could say they're not in harmony to some extent, but so it's more about the interplay there. It's not objectivity itself doesn't really mean anything important unless we as subjects inhabit it. And we're like something just flying has no like objectively flying doesn't really matter. It's like we fly for there's a purpose behind the flying, I guess.
I'm just trying to
I
figure
mean, the
out how
whole
to.
point of this as well is that there is no objectivity. There's only subjectivity. Everything is only relational.
There's could be objective.
But there's
Objectivity could
relations that we're
exist,
not aware
but
of.
we don't know about it.
If there's relations that are working behind the scenes that we are not aware of, that's what I'm referring to. And I think it's important to distinguish that compared to like what we think we're seeing.
So you're looking for the unknown unknowns?
I guess, because it sounds like that's what the harmony stuff is trying to hit at, while at the same time, because it's just like there's dissonance that we might not be aware of that affects the
Yeah. And you're calling that objectivity.
System. Yes, I'm trying to label the broad compared to the narrow.
I don't follow you on that one.
The like what is the reality versus like our perception, like with the Nazi Germany thing, like there's a difference between like people saw Germany as unified and like they were going towards I don't know if I could call that harmoniously going towards a single goal, but they were going in a direction. But I feel like
there was like an intense amount of harmony there. Like every single person was a cog in the machine. Like nobody was Nazi Germany. You had the accountant who was contributing in his way. Like everyone was just like a gear and a
But
clock,
there was a
producing
lot
the
of
result.
dissonance there. There was a bunch
Where?
of people
There was a
going against
machine.
it. They were hiding the Jews. There were like the
Very
people
few.
fighting from within the
Very few.
camps.
But it was a well-oiled machine. Like it was a very, it was in a lot of harmony. That's why it was
Yes.
so formidable.
Yes, but there's
They're
still
so
like
familiar with why Japan
the
lasts longer in the war.
separative parts that we were not seeing. That's like a part of the objective reality part of it, and I feel like also if it was if their stuff was aligning more with reality, then they would have succeeded. Sort of idea, like the Eastern perspective.
I mean, they
of,
would.
like,
Yeah, there was
the
a
river
there
thing.
was a part. Right, there was a part where they made bad decisions that weren't aligned with reality. They could have done a lot better, and I'm kind of glad they didn't succeed. You know what I mean?
Oh, of
But
course.
like, yeah, they made some drastic mistakes, like invading Russia. That was a bad move. If you learn anything from history, don't invade Russia.
Ukraine,
especially during the winter.
Yeah, for
Ukraine
real.
had didn't have a hard time invading Russia so far. Maybe they'll lose still, but
Napoleon failed in Russia. Yeah,
yeah,
I don't know.
but doing
Doesn't
it in
make
summer
sense.
is better than the winter. I'll give you that.
I mean, yeah, Napoleon, as far as I understand, was pretty good at war. He failed. You better.
Right.
He just failed because he's French.
But I mean, we are digressing. But the thing is, like the point is, it doesn't have to be good. Like the harmony doesn't have to be good to be a harmony.
I'm thinking that in order for the harmony to like be successful in the long term, it has to align with the greater harmony of everything else.
Oh, that convergence might makes right. So I agree.
There you go. So I'm just
The
trying
great,
to
yeah. So
the higher level harmony and the lower level harmony.
Yeah, so you're trying to get there you're looking at the end of theoretically we could get to some end goal where everybody is harmonized in a way to like I don't think it would be utopia, but it would be a harmony of where we like remove all of the dissident parts of reality and the problems, which would be like the problems. It's like we have the cure for cancer and there are no more wars, and it's like that's more harmonizing. Is that kind of what you're getting at? Is like
I'm thinking that the things that are truly harmonious on like the larger scale will go more in that direction of positivity.
Yeah, that's
literally
yeah.
Like a final
I don't think that's
outcome or
right,
anything
though.
like that.
I don't think that's right.
Yeah,
okay,
so
you have.
I don't think that's right either. I think you're equating like harmony with like this value judgment of what harmony means to you as like something good. But if you like look at something like a tornado is perfectly harmonious, but we sort of don't like tornadoes. But like in terms of the whole like weather system, the tornado is tornadoing. It's doing exactly what it's supposed to be doing.
Yeah, that's like the difference I'm trying to point out, like the difference between the subjective and the objective part of it. It's like, what lens are we looking at it
I can
through?
add to your thing, Dragon. So one place where you could be right here is like, okay, you look at the political divide of like left versus right. And so like there's harmony in the right and there's harmony in the left, but there's a dissonance between the left and the right. And so like if there was a harmony between both sides, there wouldn't even be a left and a right. And
it's the
is
same
that kind of what you're trying to get at?
I think so. I'm more so just trying to make like distinctions on what level we're talking about harmony on, but yeah, that's a good thing too. And also like what Annie was saying, what I was doing when I'm saying harmony is kind of true, but with the value thing, because I feel like that's like a lot of concept for God in like everything is that like God is the harmony. So anything that is harmonious is going to be pointed towards
someone else trying to define
the
God.
high.
I love it.
No, it's not.
It was
he
reminding me of that story where it's like something happens, like the guy is like I don't know, there was a natural disaster and my horse is lame because my horse broke his leg. But then because of that, and the person says, "Oh, that's bad," and he says, "Oh, maybe," but then because of that, something else happened and said, "Oh, that's really good," and it's like maybe. It's like we don't know. Like
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
Yeah.
Isn't that basically stoicism?
So I mean, who are we to say if things
What is
are
good and what is bad?
unfolding correctly or not, or harmoniously or not? Like,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I think
like
that's
the high
part of.
level.
Yeah, that is the high level harmony. Is identifying, having a more clear identification of what's going on from moment to moment. Like what is the true harmony at the end? Whether it's good that the horse broke its leg. Yeah.
So who am I to say? I'm me.
Because like what we and Ben were talking about at a certain point was like harmony is gonna either be like harmonious, whether we perceive it as like dysfunctional or not.
Yeah, like following the tornado analogy, it's like the tornado is just doing its job. It's just doing its thing. It's just doing whatever, and whether we say it's good or bad or whatever, that's completely subjective. That doesn't.
And I think our view on like morally good or bad or like right or wrong does involve like how we perceive the harmony, whether it's there or not. Like people probably don't feel comfortable saying like Nazi Germany was very harmonious because it's like we see like all the bad and stuff that came from it, and we're like, no. Like the emotional aspect of it, I think people would like to say no to that. But also I'm curious on like, do you really think I'm trying to define God when I say like harmony is an attribute of God?
Yes.
Because as I was understanding, it's like there's.
I don't remember what you said, but you made a definition.
I was saying that things that are harmonious on the high level aligns with God.
That's not what you said. I don't remember what you said.
I was saying God is harmony.
I don't know. I don't remember. Sorry.
Can I say God is harmony?
No. You can say it. You can say whatever you want.
Why is it wrong? I know about your ideas
it's not wrong.
around like
it's defining. Whenever you define God, you're going to be wrong. That's.
But you wouldn't say God doesn't have attributes, right?
I wouldn't say that. No.
But so you're basically saying God wouldn't have you wouldn't say that God has attributes, and you wouldn't say he doesn't have attributes, is what you're going with.
I would say you could perceive unities as attributes. Yeah. Why not?
Ugh, it's annoying. Anyways, because like I've talked to Chris about your view on God before, and about like I get the whole idea of not defining God as important, but at the same time, it's like it seems like there's ideas of like attributes that you would understand, used to have a better understanding of what God is or isn't.
I mean, there's names, right? There's names of God, and so names are relationships.
But do names carry meaning?
Yes.
So
but they
is
don't
that
carry
defining God?
They're relationships.
Yeah,
so you're defining the relationship. You're not defining the people in the relationship.
What's the difference between a relationship and an attribute?
Oh, well, an attribute has to do with one object. A relationship has to do with more than one object.
Or relationships can have attributes.
Mm-hmm. Because
But you understand, Benjamin is Jewish, and in that religion, you're supposed to not understand God. That's like the whole point.
You just boiled it all down, Hank.
I mean, it definitely comes off that way. So I'm curious on how you would respond to Hank.
At the end of the day, where you want to have a relationship with Yeah, with God, with creation, with everything. You want to have a relationship with it. Like relationships are, even what I found in relativity, relationships are the fundamental part of reality.
So if relationships are the fundamental part of reality, then when the fundamental parts of reality are in harmony, that seems to be and create a lot of positivity. I don't see how we can't assign
Harmony with what,
a
though?
value.
Right? Harmony with what and for what purpose?
I don't know why there has to be a
Like,
purpose.
because you have like, I don't know, child pornography rings, and they're in harmony, but we could all agree that those are bad.
Hopefully.
So like they have an internal harmony, but an external dissonance, I guess.
Yes, and that's what I'm talking about. The external part is dissonant. I'm talking about the
Right.
things that external part are in harmony as well. That's like the higher level that I don't know how to freaking term knowledge.
Yeah,
here.
like what I was saying about the
higher
left
level.
and the right.
Yeah.
And that's like where I would connect the higher consciousness part we would talk about, where it's like the more of the subjective part is coming more in line with the higher level part. That's why we call it higher level consciousness, I guess. And it does seem that value is created in that space with things that are aligning on the higher levels of harmony relationship wise.
Yeah, I think the reason why I would say that I feel like I could say that higher level of harmony, like the end all be all harmony of what's good at the end, why you could say that isn't it like part of God in some sense, is because you can't know what that is. Like you can't know what the high level harmony is in any given point in time. It's impossible.
Maybe I feel like there's some kind of sense of
can know afterwards. You like with the lame horse, like you can know if the horse is lame, and I don't know the full extent of that example, but if it ends up being a good thing for some reason, like you can't know it preemptively, but after the fact you can go, oh yeah, that was a good thing.
Well, I mean, you can look at the parts of what is necessary for unity. So, like, you do need separation for unity to exist, because otherwise you would have nothing to unify, nothing to be harmonious with each other. So, like, if you wanted to look on like a national level, like you need different national entities, and you need them to be preserved, and you need them to exist separately, and then for them to form a unity together, you need them to have some kind of common purpose and some kind of harmony towards that purpose. So like if that's what you're trying to look, is that what you're trying to look for? I don't know, but something like that, like you do need the left and the right. You can't just get rid of left and right, but you need them to be harmonious with each other for them to be a unity.
I don't know why it has to be a purpose. I feel like there's instances of harmony happening without a purpose.
What do you what who brought purpose into this? And what are we defining as purpose?
I don't know, ask Ben.
I kind of brought purpose into it.
Well, okay, no, there has to be purpose though, because in order to make a unity, the definition of a unity is, as far as I can tell, it has to be utility. So for instance, this is part of that computer versus desk conversation. The reason why the collection of atoms becomes a computer is because that computer has utility, and we categorize that grouping of utility as a computer. That the unity is a utility. There's no difference, or like the difference is it's like one goes to the other. It's part of the process.
How would you apply this to the man and his donkey thing?
I don't think that has like that's a different part.
So yeah, I said it wrong. It was his son. So there was some disaster. His son broke his leg, and he said, "Oh, that's bad." And he said, "Oh, maybe." And then the next day, the recruiters came to draft his son into like a terrible war, but his son couldn't go because his leg was broken. Mm-hmm. So then it's like we're always judging. we're always judging what's good and bad, and it happens in prayer too. Like the way that we're taught to pray, growing up is like, dear God, please send me this, please send me that. Like, how do I fucking know what is best for me?
Yeah. Well, thanks for the clarification on the story. It's good to actually know what it is.
I'm still calling his son a donkey, though.
Yeah, no, I was having trouble like recalling it that quickly.
I remember it. I knew exactly what you were talking about when you said it.
Yeah, it's a really good story.
Because it just keeps going back and forth. Like something else comes along, and now the broken leg is good. Now it's bad. Now it's good again. Now it's bad, and it just goes back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
And
So
the
how would
father's just like, who am I to say what is good, what is bad? It's just, it is.
Exactly, and that goes perfectly back to my point of like the undefinability of the final harmony of everything. But anyway, let's back up. What's your question?
Can we not apply utility to that situation?
Which situation?
Where with the sun in the thing.
Yeah, what about it?
Because like the outcome, the flow of outcomes seem to be harmonious, and we're saying that harmony needs utility, right?
Yeah, they harmonize towards
unity needs utility.
Oh yeah, that. I get them confused all the time.
But utility for who? So like we have computers, and that's a great utility for us. But like the coronavirus, like that has utility. It's doing what it's supposed to be doing. It's winning. It's winning or losing the virus game from its own subjective,
Yeah, again, which is why it's important, I think, to define the lower level, higher level part of it.
Well, that's why we can call it a coronavirus, and that's why we can call it a unity. It's a coronavirus, but like we're not talking about the individual viruses or like the phages or whatever is going on. Like it's this abstract thing in the ether. We don't know what the coronavirus is, but it's a unity.
It feels very sensory way to
That's
go
why we
about
can
it.
talk about it. It has a form. It has a unity. We can call it something.
Yeah, so what are you trying to get at with the story having a unit? Like the unity at the end of it would be all of these parts fit together in a story.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So like what is the distinction? Yeah, exactly. And well, that's part of it. It depends on which level you want to break it down to. But like what's the difference between a rock and a dirt pile?
I guess.
Are you just asking?
The relationship of particles is what we would be talking about.
I mean, it depends. I don't like. It's a very complicated question, technically speaking. Like, there's a lot of differences between them.
Yes, I suppose since we're going the route with the computer desk thing, we'd be talking about relations, and we would say that the relationship of the particles in the rock are more unified, and thus creates a certain kind of harmony, while the pile is unified in a different way, creating a different harmony. Does that sound right, Ben?
Yeah, well, so but then the differences in how those harmonies play out, I would say like there's a utility. Like dirt is, we see dirt in a different way. Like dirt is what you grow your plants in. You don't grow your plants in a rock. There's a utility distinction between them, and there can be overlap, but there can be similarities too.
I did that for a science fair project.
You grew a plant in a rock?
On many things, yes.
But like, no, it's fine. I'm just like that. I'm just trying to make sure my point's getting across. That like you see how we distinguish between a rock and a dirt, and there are different purposes and attributes to those that make the distinction. I feel like.
But again, like we all know what you're talking about. We don't know what rock you're talking about. There's no specific rock you're pointing at.
Exactly.
Like you're talking about a rock.
Yeah.
And there's that rock is made up of particles that are in relation, creating a unity, but there is no utility involved in that being.
Wait, sorry, I got to show you the rock and dirt pile I was looking at.
Nice haircut.
All right, there's the rock. That's not quite dirt, but you know, close enough.
Oh, I thought you were just abstracting it. You actually had a rock and dirt pile in front of you.
No, it's not dirt pile, so he was abstracting it.
It also
I mean,
is.
it's kind
It
of like a
also
dirt.
like it is a rock or it is dirt because we're labeling it because we're perceiving
Yeah.
the differences and then creating a label.
Yeah.
Right, but the label is of a unity. Like we're labeling a unity.
Yeah.
A rock has a different unity than a dirt pile.
Mm-hmm.
Does the dirt pile alone or the rock alone have harmony?
Yes.
I don't know why you keep shoving harmony in there, but yeah, maybe.
Because we're talking about
Like all the particles.
Harmony has to have utility, or harmony comes from utility?
No, unity does.
Unity comes from utility. So where is the utility in the rock or the dirt pile?
Yeah, and that's the thing, is it's not simple.
Can there be utility outside of the subjective part, or is the utility only in the subjective part? Like with the computer and desking that we labeled.
See, Benjamin, this is why I define my terms explicitly at the front.
See, Benjamin.
I
see now.
So I feel like we're gonna hit the point of like, if nobody's around to perceive the rock, does this rock still exist? And I don't know. Okay, well, I don't either, but in that sense, like, yes, the utility has well, sorry, what was your question again?
We're the ones defining the rock. We're the ones seeing the unity in the rock.
Yes, yes, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to prove out that we have to have utility in order to have a unity.
Well, prove otherwise. I mean, if you find it, tell me. I would love to know.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering if there's instances where like we're not sure about. Like, is there any wiggle room at all? Like, on what level?
I mean, it's all coming from us, so doesn't like. Is there something in our perception that we don't have categorized? I don't think we see things in that way. Like, if we, in some sense, I guess that's there's an element of that creates like horror, where if you the unknown, fear of the unknown, and the unknown is the things that we have no category for, and therefore we don't know what their utility is, and we don't know if that utility is for or against us.
Mm-hmm.
So there are like unknowns, I guess, which is fundamentally outside of all this categorization.
So I feel like I would be fine saying that low level of view of utility unity is requires utility, but I would say that we do not have the perception of high level unity to understand the utility part that might or might not be.
Yeah. Funny
that's
thing.
what I'm getting at. I'm happy with that.
You're going about it a totally different way, and it's probably way more precise, but this is like, you're basically coming to the conversation like we've talked about before, for everybody else who doesn't know, on like Discord chats, of like, this is what I've kind of said is like explaining out, I guess, part of my worldview, or I don't know what it would quite be called, but you're coming to that point of like, there is an ultimate harmony, but we don't know what that is, and it's something you have to discover. That's part of it, is like you'll never really know what's at the end either, which is what you seem to be hitting on right now. But anyway, that's an aside.
It just makes me wonder how can we go about discovering it if parts of it are supposed to be undefinable.
Science.
I don't. I'm stuck on.
I wouldn't necessarily say.
Like,
what?
I don't know what this means at all, but like earlier you mentioned like if the rock isn't around and no one's around to perceive it, does it still exist or whatnot?
No.
Something like that.
No,
Yeah.
exists
But, like,
requires two objects.
But
There's
see,
a
that's
difference
weird
between
because
them.
at the same time, like if you're
Yes, it does. Of course, it exists.
A rock has perception, I think we'd say,
Yeah,
because
exactly.
a rock has
A rock has
consciousness.
it perceives
It
yourself.
doesn't have
'Cause I was-
consciousness. It has gravity. It has mass.
It can
has
observe.
electric
Yeah,
charge.
that's what.
Yeah,
'Cause
you can
that's what I was
observe
about to say.
consciousness.
Like,
There's a
do
view
you
that
just
that
disappear if
everything
there's
has.
no one around to perceive you? Like, obviously not.
No, there's nothing to observe you. You do disappear.
No, because you perceive yourself.
There's an idea that everything that a fundamental part of mass is consciousness, like a fundamental part of like the universe is consciousness.
Well, see,
There
the
was
weird
a
thing is like, if you fall asleep and you lose consciousness, do you still exist? I mean, you're not perceiving yourself physically in the world, but there you are.
I don't know. I find this all to be like I feel like this is drifting off into like just the physicists don't know how to move forward with quantum mechanics at the moment, so they like throw in consciousness in there.
Yeah, there was a lady that was on a podcast with Alex O'Connor who was talking about it, and she doesn't know if she believes it, but she's been playing with the idea about consciousness being like a fundamental
Sabina
thing.
again?
And
Is that Sabina?
Yeah, hard disagree.
Yeah, we don't.
I saw
we don't
that
need
and
it.
I went, that looks boring. I'm not gonna watch that. I'm probably gonna walk away and say, wow, that's a cool theory.
I thought it was
hard
cool.
disagree. People don't draw a distinction between cognition and consciousness.
Can you say that again? You kind of were quiet.
People don't draw enough of a distinction in between cognition and consciousness. To
I
say that a rock
strongly
is
agree.
conscious is just wrong.
Well, rock doesn't have
I would
cognition.
say there is a level of cognition. Yes, it does.
Okay, what's
It
cognition?
has information. It processes information.
Brainulating. Cognition is brainulating.
I mean, is
Like,
cognition? Is there a distinction
Why
between
does a hard
something
drive have
existing?
information?
Because we can
Like,
decode
why does
it.
a hard drive? No, it has information because it has states. It has there's an organization of the particles in the hard drive, so you can get out states. You can also encode information into a rock. Like a rock has information in it.
Yeah, if we can decode information from it, it has information in it. Yeah.
Cognition is defined on Google as the mental action or process of acquiring knowledge and understanding through thought, experience, and the senses.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, there's a lot of definitions, and it's hard to narrow that one down.
Yeah, there's a lot of definitions that are really bad that require like writing a book just to say, hey, this stuff is really bad. No one actually uses it in a way that makes any sense. So we shouldn't use it.
Yeah. Benjamin, do you make a distinction between something existing, like any kind of particle or matter existing, and being like, if it exists by definition, doesn't it have some form of cognition? Based on what you're saying, or am I wrong?
Yeah. Existence
Because you're talking
is
about
relative. Right, everything is relative. There's no absolute existence. The only reason something exists is because it can interact with something else.
Yeah.
And that interaction is the cognition.
I think that's basically what she was saying.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And I think the reason why she uses consciousness instead
but
of
it's not
cognition
conscious.
because
Consciousness
cognition
is
is
unity.
linked to like brain.
Yes.
Well, I
yeah.
feel like that's just
Right.
smuggling
So is
things into the
consciousness.
brain.
So consciousness is a unity.
Yes.
Yeah. Unity is emergent, and consciousness is a unity. So consciousness has to emerge from some parts. It can't be fundamental.
That might be a different framing, yeah.
I feel like consciousness is like, it feels like a bit of a black box term.
Yeah, like
in the way that
AI.
people typically use it.
Yeah, like
Because
AI.
it's like we're saying like consciousness arises from the brain, but we don't know where. And it's like yeah, like with AI, it's like, yeah, you can't untangle how it's giving you the answers, but does that not mean that consciousness is located in the brain? Like it feels like people are just throwing crap at the wall because they don't know how the brain works, and I feel generally uncomfortable with most of the way that they formulate it. It's like, just say you don't know and move on. It's not that hard.
And what says we actually can entangle it, we just can't predict the branches. So we can untangle, we know how it works. It uses a network kind of thing to generate for both the AI and the brain, but we just can't predict everything. So we pretend that less than we do.
Yeah.
Like if I'm
But
looking at
can we say for sure that consciousness is in the brain?
No, we
No.
can't. We can't say that. We have to say the opposite. Too.
No.
So I think that's why people are
I
trying
mean, you
these
could say
different
that
ideas.
its foundation is from the brain. You can say, yeah, but it's like asking, where's Windows? Is it in the computer?
Yes. It's on the hard drive.
Untangle.
And then,
show me the ones and zeros and the transistors in there that make up Windows.
Well, like there is no Windows without like the hard drive and then the RAM using it. Like all of the different parts have to run Windows together, and they have to display it on the screen, and then the mouse has to work in with it. It's like, where is Windows? Is it in the mouse? No, it's like it's a unity. It's a unity. Like consciousness is a unity, but all of these different parts interact with it differently.
So the Windows pretty much in the RAM. It's in the memory. It's in the RAM. That's what we say it is. It's also a copy in the hard drive.
It's not in the RAM.
People are interested in this topic.
It has
I
its
think I
own
would
cognitive
recommend
space.
watching
Like
the Alex O'Connor video.
You try running Windows without any RAM.
Yeah. Anyway, have we gotten
try
to the
running Windows
bottom
without a
of-
mouse? Try running Windows without a computer screen.
I need a keyboard. I could drive with just a keyboard. So yeah, it's not that hard.
I got to a settled place on the utility
Try
part.
running Windows without a power supply.
Power supply. Does someone else's power supply work, or do I have to own the? Yeah, if the power supply exists, but I don't.
No, without any power supply at all.
Oh, okay, I can't do it because I need.
Try running Windows without a motherboard.
Yeah, I need to get the RAM on because that's what Windows is.
I would say that.
Yeah, but what about the motherboard? You need a motherboard too. This is what I'm saying. Is like Windows is like this cognitive landscape. It's like a cognitive entity.
Yeah, the motherboard to hold.
But it's not in anywhere. It's not in the RAM.
It's a unity of all these things working together.
Any one part.
Yeah, I need the motherboard to hold the RAM in place, and I need the CPU to let Windows move its bits around. So there it is.
I like this analogy.
Okay, Hank, you're right. That's fine.
But yeah, the lower level utility view makes sense to me because I feel like it lines up with the flow state and other stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, and I have my weird document written up on like game spaces, I think it is, and I think I've been trying to think of like where to move it forward, and I feel like what games are is it almost seems like they might be like individuals participate in games to find a unity. So going back to the idea of like the left and the right with politics, is they're both participating in a type of a game, and like theoretically over time there might become a unity at the end, but we don't know what it is yet. That's why the game is happening. So like
those things on the table that switch back and forth, whatever it was. What are they called? That's what I'm
metronomes.
Yeah, that thing.
So theoretically, I don't know, but like if we look across human history, maybe wars have been declining over time. Maybe conflict has been declining in the physical sense, because the more the wars and conflicts have gone on, the more we figured out how to unify that part of the game. So, or like that game, so to speak, that type of game.
Essentially, the more you fuck around, the more you find out. The more
yeah,
it's
kinda,
chaos, the more it'll eventually mellow out and synergize.
Yeah, and then you can move on to different games. And I feel like
one of
the issue with ego,
the AI came out with was an ecosystem. think that's
Yeah,
great.
I think that would be. Yeah, that would be I think a good one. But I feel like part of the
Yeah.
issue
So
with
the
the
analogy the
ego.
I came up with was an ecosystem. Oh, wow, we are delayed. Go
Oh
ahead,
snap!
Chris.
That's hilarious.
So the ego, I feel like the issue with the ego is the ego identifies as being a part of a type of game. So it's like, wow, I am such a good football player, but you don't realize like you're like voluntarily becoming part of that game to become the quarterback of a football team. But like you are not just a quarterback. Like that isn't that's where the ego forms. I feel like is part of it is you don't want to identify with any particular game that you play. I'm not a father, I'm not a quarterback, I'm not a great car driver. It's all just different games that I play.
This is why I was asking
involve
the
myself in.
question about why is it important to focus on the separation? Because that's what I was talking about. When you're focusing like that on the ego aspect, which is the separation part from the lower level, then it doesn't seem to actually create unity and harmony on the higher level.
Yeah, I mean, that might be part of it. I'm not sure.
So on the
But
like
yes,
identity side, where like father, quarterback, all this kind of stuff that you were talking about. So like there is a person at the center of all of those different. I would say you call them games, but I would call them like relationships. So like the
I
object
think games
isn't
is
any one
referring to
single
utility.
relationship. It's all of it's how it relates to everything.
But we're talking about the lower level where
yes,
we're talking
yeah,
about the utility, right?
maybe. I don't know. But yes, and that's the interesting part is thinking. To your point, Benjamin, thinking that we can identify ourselves wholly means that we have to identify everything else, I think, in theory, which is impossible.
Right.
Yep.
All of the relationships.
Yep.
And so that's an interesting thing because that means as you explore reality, like outside of yourself, you're also discovering part of yourself. And as you discover part of yourself, you can also, like it's one in the,
Yeah.
it can, to some extent.
Yeah, because the number of relationships grow like exponentially to a factorially, and then we don't have enough processing power to keep track of them.
Can you say what you were just saying again?
Yeah, so the number of relationships would.
I meant Chris.
Chris, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was saying as we discover like relationships external, like how we relate to people and things external to ourselves, reality external from ourselves, we're discovering part of ourselves because of that relation.
Okay.
Because if you very what?
Jordan Peterson.
I don't know of anything he talks about with that in particular.
Sounds like
Lacan. Jacques
how
Lacan.
he talks about building your life sort of thing and how there's like a balance between you being a part of things and you being a part of an individual and how the learning process goes in that way.
I'm still not sure what you mean. What you're referring to?
Like going back to the God thing.
No.
Like the way Chris was defining a person is all of their relationships. Oh wow, I'm really delayed. I'm gonna come back.
It was kind of like that, I suppose, where it's like a part of what you are is your relationship to everyone else, but it's also like a part of you, and you got to put yourself out there to get more information and to choose better directions. It feels like that's a parallel of what you're saying, that you need to, that when you learn more about reality, you can learn more about yourself as you're a part of that reality.
Yeah,
It sounds like it's saying the same thing, but more focused on like how a person makes their decisions on, I guess, forming a tribe and moving forward and self-authoring stuff.
Yeah, and I think kind of an aside to that, but yeah, in essence, like as people, we are a network. Like you can't, and that's where I feel like to go into the like personality side of it. That's why the DI has an issue, is because it rejects. Like in theory, I'm not saying anybody in particular, but like in theory, it's like if the DI rejects that the DE exists, then that's actually not a fully, that like you get more DI by seeing the DE. You are a part of a network. You can't deny that. It's foundational, even though you might be blind to it. But and then on the flip side, like with the what non-binary bitch in the server, is it's like
that's their name. Everyone's username.
Yeah, that's their that is their username.
My pick is such a super username.
Yeah,
give him a nickname.
You and me both. But like this person is saying like, oh, the innocent civilians in Gaza, and I'm like, your network isn't that powerful. Like you can't just spread yourself out to being networked to everybody in existence and act like you have power over that, because you don't, and therefore you're neglecting your more personal local network of like who are the individuals in your life. And maybe the person isn't, but I don't know. This person's a yeah, I don't. They probably are. But
yes, Jack Talcott, that was for you. I'm purposing that for you. You need to listen to that. I know he doesn't watch the show, but he should.
Bloody Marxists, you know.
Yes.
While this entire thing was going on, I was sitting here processing something that Jack had mentioned earlier, and that had brought up on if you were TI, you would have argued it and whatnot. And so I found that interesting, and I wrote this while you were all typing or talking. The counter to Jack being TI was that he didn't automatically try to argue this the result, etc. But I don't know if this is TE or TI. I don't know any of that. But I can understand from his perspective what Jack might be doing. Or like I relate to the fact that I just take what I'm given on a surface level and I want to try to tear it apart till I'll tear it apart later, or I've had time to think and process it to tear it apart on my own that I couldn't have done in the moment as a reaction to the info given at the time it's given.
Sleep.
It's just not readily immediate. Yeah. But like that's like it's not. I don't know if it's like a TI versus TE thing. It could just be a sleep thing where it's like I'll take that information, I'll go process it. I'm not going to react immediately.
Everything's unrelated.
I feel like he just already decided. That's what I was hearing, and I feel like that's where the DI part is. Is like
he's using it as an excuse to process himself with us again.
That too.
And I find it relatable.
Graves. I got you.
Ha!
Wait, what did you say, Benjamin?
I said I'm onto Graves. He's using this as an excuse to process himself with us again.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's where I struggle to say sleep, because he's always processing himself with everybody else, and I'm like, can't you just go in your room and process yourself?
That means he must be an extrovert like me.
I don't think.
What did you just post at 1:56?
Oh, that was the video that we were basically dissecting. I wonder if we can watch it again and see. I don't know, whatever. Yeah, we moved on. We channel changed. We're talking about Graves now.
Yeah, you do it, Hank.
Okay. Make it process Graves by processing someone else.
But yeah, Graves just ignored our conversation, went off on his own, and then came back and said, "Hey guys, this is what I just processed."
I was listening to it, but I was also like thinking of other stuff at the same time. My brain doesn't stop. So I was tuning in and out, and I wrote that. I wrote something else too on something else completely different. Or well, it doesn't matter.
Okay, so Annie, you have to go ahead and share my screen.
I got it.
Okay, Benjamin got it. Okay, let's play. This is this channel that we're on right now.
You know it. Unity is not a primary, rather an emergent property. This implies that separation is fundamental, a necessary condition for phenomena such as information and computation. Even time itself arises from the changing relational phases of imaging. Consequently, relationships, existing on all levels, reveal themselves as the most fundamental aspect of reality. A concept of unity thus transforms from a perspective background into something more akin to the harmony of gears in a clock. All creations, in a similar vein, achieve their form by combining distinct parts of reality into a synchronized, emergent behavior.
So now we need to do is figure out how this relates back to Graves.
What?
So I guess it's all straightforward. We basically dissected it. But that was the original thing that sparked this whole conversation.
Because
okay.
I feel like that part's easy enough to understand that, yeah, it's separation is like the default, the primary, and then harmony is what's emergent. But then what I got into the conversation for was like, okay, now what do we do with this information? Like, how do we apply this to other things and like that sort of stuff?
Yeah, that's an assumption. I disagree with that, but that's what they use in physics. So when doing physics, I go along with it.
I mean, for me, it really helped me see what's up and what's down in a lot of cases, because a lot of the time you're like, oh no, wait, this is a unity, this is emergent. Because like a lot of people with narratives, they start like this caused this, where like sometimes you're just like, no, that's not how the order works. This is a separation, this is a unity. Unity always comes after. Unity is always emergent. Anyways.
Could you give an example to that?
Oh man.
Ooh.
That's how you get me.
Ooh.
Wait, what? No, I'm
I'm
asking. Wait, what?
Keep talking, yeah.
Okay.
I could probably give one.
Yeah, the narrative thing I've been thinking about a lot with Benjamin. Well, I also was hearing it from Tom Bilyeu talking about narratives, and I'm like, I feel like I was trying to process like, I was trying to process like, why is that a fear? I guess I kind of just figured like why am I not worried about narratives?
Because you're an intuitive.
I guess. I mean, it's like, but I'm like, I know exactly what Benjamin's talking about, but I'm like, why do I not have a fear surrounding it?
I don't know if I have a fear around it.
An annoyance?
Well, no, yeah. Sorry, I'm putting words in your mouth. I don't mean necessarily fear, but like it seems to be something. Yeah. It seems to be something of a concern of yours to some extent.
TI truth.
Yeah, it's a concern of mine because people ascribe truth to narratives.
But I don't worry about it
Like,
because I already know
narratives
truth
can
is just a
be
real.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing. I guess. So, like with the narrative thing, like I'm talking with non-binary bitch about the Gaza genocide, supposedly, and it's like I'm having a conversation and we're going back and forth, and I'm talking about the history of Palestine and how Israel came in. And I feel like what's happening when I'm talking with them is the narrative is informing how the information should be interpreted. So I'm saying like Israel, they came in and the Palestinians sold land to them. And I sent them the document, like the UN, British, UK document or whatever of the Palestinian territories at that time under the Ottoman Empire, of like the Israelis owned so much land in Jaffa. And like I sent it to them and I'm like, this came from Palestine. They've recorded that the Israelis owned this much land. Why would they be recording that the Israelis owned this much land if the Palestinians had it stolen at that point in time? Obviously it was sold.
Yeah, you have to understand that Palestine changed its mind, just like America changed its mind about Panama. So we're just taking it back, except Palestine doesn't have the resources to do that. So now they're losing.
Yeah. Well, but like the person is like ignoring that information and they're just like, but Israel broke this treaty. And I'm like, I'm not denying Israel broke. Like, I don't know. I didn't look into that. I don't know anything about that. But it's like when I
Right, so
tell the
here's-
information, there's a narrative already like preloading that information where they don't process it. It's like the information just goes
So it sounds like
underneath
it's
because the
backwards.
narrative is the true.
It sounds like you have it reversed. So the narrative comes out after. The narrative is emergent. What's coming before is some worldview. So some worldview is Palestine good, Israel bad. And then whatever narrative they develop is going to reinforce that worldview.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's yeah. So wait. But what I'm looking at is I'm trying to understand like the individual. For me, like I guess I don't worry about that because I feel like the people they're not even the narrative that they're forming is it's like going a layer down from that is it's like whatever facts come in, the narrative and the worldview supersede the facts. It's like they're already both placed there, and the facts don't budge. But I don't know how that plays out in how you see it.
The narrative and like trying to define things as good as bad is literally what we were talking about earlier with like the tornado and stuff. It's just like it's the red. No one cares. It's not the real. It's not the is. It is what it is. And then what's more important is just looking at what is, rather than what is the subjective take from whoever's perspective, because that's just muddied, confusing, and just kind of just a rabbit hole that doesn't even need to be processed.
I want to hear Benjamin's response to Chris, and I want to ask him a question, and I want to go to sleep.
I should go to sleep too. What am I responding to?
What Chris was just saying about the narrative stuff and the
facts and the narratives.
The part about the information not budging.
Yeah, like there is something that's more primary than the narratives that's going on there. The narratives are being developed.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah, you call it the facts.
For some reason, the human mind is very good at processing narratives. Like it's something that's we abstract information from. We use stories to convey information. It's like the basic structure of cause and effect and all that kind of stuff. So like it's very good way to communicate is narratives.
But why is the narrative not updating when new information is given?
Some of them do.
It does update. It does update, but it doesn't matter. Like it'll go
People
around
don't
the
like
information.
change. People don't like updating their worldview constantly.
Okay. And then I wanted to know what do you think about Jack's narrative? Does that bother you in any way?
I mean, it's like it's not that it bothers me. It's that like narratives are wrong usually. They're just one way to look at things.
I say they're wrong all the time, but what choice do we have otherwise?
They're completely subjective. Like it's like, meh.
Yes. So
Well, I think as far as I can tell, a narrative in a story is encoding some type of usually like moral information.
It's trying to go look at what's happening and this is morally wrong and we need to stop this or rise against this. It's a narrative that wants to like try to rise people up or join them to see like there's more than just, oh, here's the stats. I'll just look instead of just looking at the numbers or it is what it is.
It doesn't
it's
have
kind
to.
of like a call to an
sometimes
action.
does that. It sometimes does that. Like you see a lot of. I was talking this too. Is like somebody sees themselves as always right or they're better than everyone else. Like Hank, right? So like Hank will come out with a narrative every time. Yeah, Hank will come out with a narrative every time why he's better than everyone else, or why he was right in the anyways, right? Despite everything.
I agree.
Yes. See, so like it's not like necessarily moral. It's just making I don't know. It's like feeding an ego in that case. But then sometimes narratives just are, cause and effect.
Yeah.
So, like, so when Jack came out and he's like, okay, why he's developing narrative, why he got typed that way? Well, he got typed that way because he said his type was this. Like, that's the narrative he developed. Why is he developing that narrative? How is that easing his cognitive pain? I guess that's a.
Well, here's the thing.
I guess he wants to
Dave
believe
ever
something,
say-
and he's trying to dismiss. He's trying to dismiss what Dave typed him by using the narrative.
Yeah, because
make
would
sense?
Dave ever say that someone
Yeah.
typed themselves correctly? No, he assumes that people can't type themselves correctly. So he's not going to come and say, well, you got it right, because that's not how he makes the money.
I think what you said made sense, Ben, but I'm starting to question if I actually do understand what narratives are versus stories and all that now.
It's the
I
same
felt
thing.
you
Narratives
said
and stories are the
something
same
about
thing.
narratives having a component that I do not understand, and I would just go through the same thing I did with the whole Unity Harmony thing, and I'm not going to do that.
Narrative and stories are synonyms.
Yeah, we got to go to bed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Do you have anything to say, Andy, before we jump off?
Not really.
Are you feeling
all right.
unified with us, Annie? Are you in harmony with us?
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it was a
Are you
good
feeling it now, Mr. Krabs?
conversation. What's that?
Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs?
Mm.
It's a SpongeBob reference.
Oh, yeah.
She didn't watch that, I think.
Nah,
think
I
they
watched it a
include
little
Dan.
bit, but
It's where they do the panty raid.
The band episode.
Okay.
What a bunch of nerds.
Does anyone want to close up? Anyone want to say some final words?
I hate you all, and
Yeah.
I'm right.
Graves?
I'm
Talk about
going.
yourself a little bit more.
I'm going to post that the link to the video did my Truity test into Subjective Personalities Discord, so someone can start criticizing and refuting the answers I gave to the test, so we can find out my real
Sweet.
OPS site.
Something else I wrote down while I was we're talking about Unity and I was getting lost in my own head was I was thinking back to the earlier conversation of the throwing the 2 cents in and just like I'm not attached to this. I wrote down I found a better way to word it about like what I see myself as doing, and it's like I'm not tied to it. I'm just throwing in what I've spotted as maybe a bit of missing information when I'm like watching other people or something. Like I see missing information and I want to throw in like, oh, here's this. Here's maybe some context that you might have missed or something. Like that's what I see myself doing.
Because you're arrogant.
Well, not
Yeah,
arrogant.
no, I see myself doing the same thing. I think that's fine.
Yeah.
Why not?
No. Graves just shares like 3 concepts on repeat.
Red and
No,
blue,
I
He
share
baby.
has
one.
no
I'm always
context.
right.
A funny callback thing. It's just
I can't
it's
help
tricky
that.
when you
People can't
word
agree
it
with
that
me.
way. There's not enough movability in how it's being delivered to where it sounds like you're saying, yeah, I'm seeing this, and this is just true because I'm seeing it. So you can look at it if you want or consider it, but
don't tie me to it. Oh yeah, like don't box me into this. Like
just say
I see.
like this is what I think I might be seeing, and then boom, you're
Other
not boxed
people are
into
triggering
it.
the decider. I see.
huh?
It's how it works, Ben.
That's the narrative. That's the narrative I'm taking away. Other people are triggering the decider.
This is my decider day. I get to be this way this stream.
I had to be the decider.
You're not allowed.
No, but it's like like what was the one thing we was talking about where I dislike being boxed in, or like when I was like some of the stuff like I was being accused of like, oh, you support this guy because I threw in like a random statement or random context information that they might have been missing. It's like I'm not tied to that guy. I'm not associated with anything on that side, this box, or whatever narrative or whatever the fuck. I'm not attached. I don't care.
And you're asking us if that makes you OE because you don't want to be controlled?
No, I'm not asking it. I'm just saying it, and then I'm hoping you can give me some feedback on like what the fuck that means.
I think it means that you don't like people putting your words in your mouth like no one else on the planet does.
Exactly. So
No,
I'm
feed me
basically
my
like
words.
everyone else. That's
Just
terrible.
talking sweet. I
So-
love eating my words.
Graves, you're always just talking about how much you hate transgender people and you want them to die.
How did you know? Who told you that?
It's obvious from the conversation, or that's on Discord. You just hate transgender people. Didn't you see those gifs you were sending? Those gifs prove it.
Those anime gifs proved it. Oh no.
Yeah, that one Gojo one told me that you were pregnant with Tate's baby.
Oh my god. That's how that came across?
Wait, you're transgender? I didn't know that. This is why you're a nihilist, because you want yourself to die?
This is stupid.
Okay, end the stream, end it now.
Yeah,
No, Chris has to say a final thought.
I have to say a final thought. Final thought.
Put lemon on your resume.
Yeah, I'll change my profile picture next time. That's my final thought.
My final thought is I will think of an example of how you can straighten out order by understanding unity, and I will bring it next time.
Good.
Nice. Cool, guys. Well, thanks for coming. Appreciate it.
Woo. That was fun.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Bye, everybody.
Bye. Ending stream.